A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
The Sunny Hill Ladies' Aid Society.
Say, what is this, a delegation?
Yes, we want you to give a speech at our next meeting.
What? Me speak before a whole bunch of ladies?
Well, why not? You talk on the radio every day.
Oh, that's different. I just stand by the microphone and talk about Does.
Well, it's Does we want you to talk about.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Of course, I'll be glad to talk about this wonderful new soap.
Fine. But first, we'd like to give you a few pointers.
You see, some of the ladies are terribly old-fashioned about their laundry soap.
Oh?
Why, take that fussy Mrs. Jones. She just wouldn't believe me when I said this new does all three kinds of wash, like work shirts and towels, right down to pretty rayon slip.
But didn't you tell her Does is Procter & Gamble's new kind of granulated soap? It's a new soap discovery.
My, be sure to put that in your speech.
And when you tell how Does gets the towels so white, you might glance over at that snooty Mrs. Smith.
Why, Mrs. Smith?
She said she didn't see how Does could be so safe for her nicer colored washables and still get towels white, too.
Oh, she did she? Well, Does will show her how really white her towels can be. Why, she's never used a soap that gets clothes whiter than Does, and yet this same Does is extra safe for her pretty rayons and colored washables. In fact, with Does, their colors stay bright far longer than with any of the four other leading granulated soaps. And that's important now in wartime when you want such clothes to last longer.
And if she asks about the work shirt...
I'll just tell her the facts. Does gets them wonderfully clean. And there's no hard scrubbing and no boiling to do. Why, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than Does. In fact, I'll ask every lady listening to try new Does for herself. I'll say, just ask for Does, D-U-Z, today. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now the Goldbergs. Each day has shown more strongly that the girl Uncle David brought into the Goldberg house is the center of trouble. Emma, despite her smiling ways and engaging helplessness, is the stormy petrel of too many lives. And as Sammy Goldberg became more involved with her, as he hid it from his family, and as his friend tried to help him, it became obvious that there was only one thing to do. Clear the decks and clear them completely. And so David has asked Sammy to tell Emma to leave. But can it be done? Can Sammy ask it? Things are boiling. Listen.
Emma, listen to Uncle David.
All right, Uncle David, I'm listening.
If Emma goes away, Samuel, she'll be out of your sight and she'll be out of your mind. I was young, too, Samuel. Who that is young enough to remember their youth ever forgets such things? These are the experiences that men are made of. Samuel, first Rosie has to be told by you in front of Emma, so that Rosie will believe what she hears, that it's you and not Mikey that Emma...
All right, Uncle David.
Let me help you, Sammy.
I'm looking all over this little note for you.
We're here.
You don't have to find corners to talk in, David. And you not need a family. I know the motive of the conversation, and I made a decision.
More,
David, I made a decision. Why should I walk around without a head? Why should Rosalie be beside herself? And you, Sammy, since this started with Emma and Mikey, you're also not...
Ma, let Mama talk.
I'm talking. Yes, I'm talking. And not nonsense, David.
Who said
But,
that?
Ma...
Let Mama talk, Sammy. She's not talking nonsense.
I'm not talking nonsense.
She's not talking nonsense.
Not nonsense. Not nonsense, Emily. First of all, I have no objections, even if it was my own son. Emma's nice. Very nice. Because Emma is here working for me. It could be also that Rosalie was alone in the world and she would have to wait for somebody like Emma's working for me. So as far as Emma, I like Emma. I like Emma very much. And if Mikey, why not? Rosalie is young. And that's besides the point. That's besides the point. If it had been otherwise and it was Mikey and Rosalie, all right, I would have been very pleased. I would have been very pleased. All right, no harm. But if it's Emma, only one contention. I want to write to Mikey's mother. I must write to Mrs. Bloom. She's my friend, my very best friend, my loveliest friend, my dearest friend. And if Mikey, I don't want to be the advisor. His mother should know, and I'm going to write to her. And
Ma, why do you
I'm not interfering, Sammy. I'm corresponding.
Ma, all right, Sammy. If Mama wants to write, let her write to Mikey's mother.
I am, and immediately, nevertheless.
Ma?
Yes, Ma.
No.
Where are you going?
Upstairs.
Not to the mill.
No.
You see, David, how my whole family is upside down, topsy-turvy, topsy. I'll take it, David.
All right. All right.
Hello? Yes? Oh, yes.
Who is
Mary
it?
Foot, it's
Oh,
Mary Foot.
Mary.
You know something now. I didn't call again. Hello? Yes, Mary. Yeah. Well, you spoke to Bruce? Uh-huh. Well, the only reason I asked you to speak to Bruce, darling, was because if Bruce Hanley took Emma for a little ride just around a couple minutes, you know, but they was out the whole evening, so that's why I wanted you to speak to Bruce Hanley. Yeah. You did spoke to him?
What,
yeah.
What did she say?
Shh. Yeah.
What? Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, if it's not to be, then all the king's horses and all the king's men. You know the saying, Mary. All right, dear. All right. Bye. No? You see, David? You see, Emma told Bruce Hanley that she's in love with somebody else.
Did she say who?
Did she have to say who? Well, now I have to write to Mikey's mother. She must be notified. I'm going to speak to him also. Well, why shouldn't Mrs. Bloom be here? I want her presence. I don't want the full responsibility. I don't want the full responsibility, David. You have a fountain pen, David? No?
Yes.
All right. So may I, will you, please?
Yes.
Push the tablecloth, please. I'll get my paper.
All right.
So, I'll take this chair. Thank you. Thank you. It's all right. I can write here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me see now. So what should I write?
To start, you have to write, Dear Mrs. Bloom.
I mean beyond the Dear Mrs. Bloom. Beyond the Dear Mrs. Bloom. I'll say, David, dear, I think I'll say, dear friend, I'm writing to you for advice. If I should advise you or not, I think I should. All right, David?
Yeah, why not?
All right. I think, what's the matter with the pen?
No, the heading.
All right. All right, I think I should advise you. How do you spell advise? With a Z?
Advice?
Z?
With an A.
A, I know. A, D. V-I...
Advice? With a Z. With a Z, advice, yeah. With a Z.
I think Z.
Z,
Yeah, well, she'll know. It's wrong, she'll know. Let me see. And, let me see further. Maybe if everything is well and you live, you can come to Glastonbury. If not, you can come the following week. All right, David?
Oh, very nice.
I wouldn't mention names, huh, David?
What name?
Emma. Oh, really?
What are you writing, Ma?
Nothing.
Nothing, Claudia.
It's a good writing paper, Ma. Who are you writing to?
I'm just asking Mrs. Bloom to sojourn here a little.
Why, Ma?
Why not?
I don't want anybody to help, Ma. I don't want any help. There's nothing to help.
All right, Robert, I wouldn't write.
I don't want anyone to speak to her. Please, Ma.
All right, Robert, please. All right. All right, so I'm tearing it up.
I'll tear it.
I'm tearing it up. Not much.
Now, what's wrong?
I just thought I would write maybe to Mrs. Bloom.
I don't want anyone to speak to Mikey. I don't want anyone to say anything. It's not for anyone to say anything except him. He knows what he wants. He knows what he feels.
All right, Rosie, stop crying,
You mustn't say anything.
Gee.
All right, Robert. All right. Come upstairs and straighten yourself out.
Please, Mama, darling, please don't say anything.
I wouldn't say.
Please don't
All right,
do
I
anything.
wouldn't say and I wouldn't do. What you want me to say, I'll say. And what you want me to do,
Uncle David, this has got to end.
You, Samuel, you have to begin the end.
All right. I'll tell Emma to leave.
You decided?
Yes. But where will she go?
You just tell her to leave, Samuel. This time, I'll know where she should go.
But telling Emma to leave, even if it's for her good and Sammy's, isn't going to be the kind of good thing she wants. You know, it's a shame to spend your good money on soaps that do only a halfway job for dishes. Yes, if you're using one of those tough granulated soaps, it only goes halfway because it's short on kindness to your hands. Or if you use a bar soap, it doesn't have real speed. So I say it's time you discovered new Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap. Does everything in your wash, and believe me, it has everything you want for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. Yes, that's where new Does is so different from the 4 other leading granulated soaps. It's so much kinder to your hands. Just notice how wonderfully smooth and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet no soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. So bring your dishwashing up to date. Do them with new Does. And let those whirlwind suds show you Does has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Tomorrow, both boys start talking, and Rosie listens. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of... Makers of Does, the new kind.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When a woman like Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, goes with a man like Philip Boynton for 6 years, certain changes are bound to occur. Changes which Miss Brooks can't help but notice.
Yes, after 6 years, Mr. Boynton is wearing a different suit. But last week, for the first time, some radical changes did appear to be in evidence. All else having failed, I had decided to take my landlady's advice and try to build up Mr. Boynton's ego. So about 2 weeks ago, I convinced Mr. Boynton that he'd look much more distinguished if he'd grow a mustache. Last Thursday at breakfast, I discussed the early results with Mrs. Davis.
I knew that altering his appearance would make a difference in Mr. Boynton. What's the first change you've noticed, Connie?
It's much quieter when he drinks his soup.
Now, there's much more to it than that. I saw his mustache when he called for you Sunday night, and it certainly tickled me.
Well, I wish it would tickle me. It is rather cute, though, isn't it? Actually, Sunday night was the last time I saw him, so it's too early to tell about any changes yet. Although I've been doing everything in my power to build up his ego.
Just what have you done, dear?
Well, I asked 3 of Madison's most attractive teachers, Miss Adams, Miss Higgins, and Miss Preston, to compliment him on his new look.
Well, that should have produced results.
It did. He went out with Miss Adams Monday night, Miss Higgins Tuesday, and Miss Preston Wednesday.
Well, with his new appearance, you've got to expect personality changes in Mr. Boynton. I'm sure he'll be much more positive toward you from now on.
Oh, he's positive, all right. He positively hasn't asked me to go with him to the party Mr. Conklin's giving tonight.
Party?
It's in honor of Mr. Stone's re-election as head of the Board of Education. The entire faculty's been invited.
Should be quite a gala affair.
Yes, the milk will flow like buttermilk.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Boynton will ask you. What are you going to wear, Connie?
No, I don't know yet, Mrs. Davis, but you can bet it won't be what I was wearing about this time last year.
Well, what were you wearing then?
Don't you remember, Madison's home economics class had just honored me with their annual secret project.
Oh, of course. That blue dress they'd made with those vents in the back.
They just made the dress. I made the vents when I bent over.
Whatever became of that dress, dear?
Well, for a while, Walter Denton used it as a seat cover for his car. But I'll never forget when I first got it. I had to wear it around school for a week so I wouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. I only hope they don't honor me again this year. The presentation is due any day now.
Really? How do you know?
Well, Harriet Conklin's been hinting about it for days. She's in charge of the project this term.
Well, I'm sure she wouldn't give it to you 2 years in a row.
Well, maybe not, but... Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Be out in a minute, Walter. Well, I guess I'd better be going, Mrs. Davis.
Very well, dear. Have a nice day.
Oh, when you make my bed today, just leave the covers turned down, will you?
The covers?
Yes, if I get that presentation again, I'm liable to come down with a severe case of German measles. Oh, for goodness sakes, Walter. If you're going to make a turn like that, at least give the person behind you a hand signal.
For you adored, teacher, I'll send out a flare. But I thought you'd noticed something besides my driving today.
What's that, Walter?
Well, aren't you aware of anything different this morning? Look carefully.
Oh, of course. The pedestrians have been removed from your fenders.
It concerns my personal appearance, Miss Brooks. You see anything over my upper lip?
Yes, you forgot to wipe the egg off your lip.
Please, that's a mustache, Miss Brooks. Harriet noticed it immediately. But, of course, I usually give her a much closer view. Yeah, I got the idea from Mr. Boynton. Gosh, the way that man's mustache has changed his personality.
Then you've noticed it.
No, who hasn't? It's amazing what a difference some hair over a man's upper lip will make. Why, in the last few days, he's even winked at some of the female teachers.
That's just a nervous twitch, Walter.
Nothing. And that isn't all. A couple of times I caught him holding a hand mirror up to his face.
Maybe he was trying to find out if he's alive. Apparently he is beginning to change, but you can't prove it by me. I've hardly seen him in the last 3 days.
Just wait till you do. You'll be able to tell right away. It's practically all Harriet talked about last night.
Harriet? She didn't happen to mention the home economics class secret project, did she? I mean, did she say who was going to be the lucky winner of this year's seat cover address?
Well, no, but she did say they were going to make the presentation today, so whoever it was could wear it to Mr. Conklin's party tonight.
Turn the car around, Walter. I feel an attack of the measles coming on.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it won't be you this year, Miss Brooks. They've never made the presentation to the same teacher 2 years in a row.
Well, you can never tell when they're liable to start a nasty precedent. But I guess it's... Say, this isn't the way to school, Walter.
Yeah, I know. Miss Enright called before I left home and asked me if I'd pick her up on the way to school, too.
Miss Enright? Did she know I'd be along?
Oh, sure. Yeah, she said that would make the trip even more enjoyable.
Miss Enright said that?
Well, to quote her exactly, Miss Enright said she'd always look forward to being present when you were taken for a ride.
That's Miss Enright, all right. Well, I suppose I can stand it for a few miles if she can.
Well, let's see now. She said her house was right in the middle of the block and she'd be out front.
Here it is. Just pull up in front of that stunted tree, Walter.
That's Miss Enright.
Oh, yes. You have wonderful vision, Walter.
Well, good morning, Walter. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
It was.
My, but you two make a pretty picture in the front seat.
We do?
Yes. I'd call it mother and son in jalopy.
Well, hop in and we'll have 3 generations, Grandma.
But I do hope I won't be crowding you, Miss Brooks. But then you're used to being shoved around, aren't you, darling?
Maybe I'd just better get out and walk.
Oh, no, nonsense. Just move over a little. Ah, there we are. Oh, this is comfy. Walter, your upholstery is positively squishy.
I haven't moved over yet.
Oh. Sorry.
Well, we better get going here. We'll be late.
Well, Miss Brooks, looking forward to Mr. Conklin's little party tonight? I suppose you'll be wearing the dress the home economics class gave you last year. Or maybe they'll give you this year's sack in time.
They don't give it to the same teacher 2 years in a row. Maybe you'll get it.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Muslin isn't becoming to me.
It would be if you had the collar and leash to go with it.
Now, ladies. Let's not have any ill feeling aboard.
Oh, I couldn't have any ill feeling toward Miss Brooks these days. Not after what she's done for Mr. Boynton.
What I've done for Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, since he grew that mustache, the changes in his personality are positively spectacular. Why, a few weeks ago, he'd have felt compelled to ask you to the affair tonight. Now he had absolutely no hesitancy in dating me.
What? You mean he invited you to the party? I don't believe it.
You can find out for yourself when we get to school, Miss Brooks.
That's exactly what I will do. And, Walter, will you wait in your car for me, please?
Why, Miss Brooks? Do you want me to run you somewhere?
If it's true, you can run me over. Oh, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Boynton, where are you?
Oh, right over here, Miss Brooks, in front of this mirror.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you before class began, and... What are you doing, Mr. Boynton?
I was just trying to make up my mind about this mustache, Miss Brooks. Do you think I should wax it or let it curl naturally?
I'd say it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
6 of one and half a dozen of the other?
Yes. Wax the 6 hairs on one side and curl the half dozen on the other. You know, this is the first time I've ever seen you in front of a mirror, Mr. Boynton.
I know. Why, I must have passed this mirror 10 times a day for the past 6 years.
Well?
Gosh, what I've been missing. That is, I think a man should pay attention to his appearance, don't you?
I'm beginning to wonder. The next thing you know, you'll be wearing a cane on the campus.
Oh, not me. I'm not that vain. I never wear my cane until I'm away from school.
What? You mean you've actually bought a cane?
Just a little walking stick. It does a lot for my poise.
I'll bet it does. But that isn't why I came in to see you, Mr. Boynton. As you know, Mr. Conklin's giving a buffet supper for Mr. Stone tonight, and since we've both been invited, I thought...
I wanted to talk to you about that, Miss Brooks.
Good. What time will you pick me up?
That isn't quite what I had in mind.
What time do you want me to pick you up?
Well, that isn't what I meant either. I don't know how to put this exactly, but with the growth of this mustache, something has come over me.
You're not just flapping your fuzz, Philip.
Well, I'm not kidding, Miss Brooks. My new appearance has done a lot for me. Why, in the last 3 or 4 days, almost every female teacher in the school has complimented me on my appearance. I must confess it's had its effect.
In what way, Mr. Boynton?
Well, for one thing, I find I'm no longer preoccupied with my frogs.
What? How could you ever face McDougal?
Well, I don't want you to think I'm conceited, Miss Brooks, but when I noticed how women reacted to my mustache and me, well, a definite change began to take place in my personality.
A change?
Mm-hmm. Where I formerly thought of myself as exclusively a man's man, I now think of myself as a ladies' man, too.
I've got to get this boy a razor. Look, Mr. Boynton, what has this got to do with tonight?
Well, I'm taking Miss Enright to the party tonight.
Then it's true.
Yes, Miss Brooks. Now, I don't want you to be hurt. Actually, I owe you a great deal for helping me to discover my true self. But, well...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
It's just that now I feel I belong to all women.
Thank you, Tommy Manville.
Here, behind this door.
Oh, for a minute I thought the radiator was leaking hot air.
Me, Mr. Conklin.
I wasn't far wrong. What are you doing behind the door, Mr. Conklin?
Step into my office, Miss Brooks, and I'll tell you.
All right. Well, aren't you coming out?
I don't dare. I've just learned that I'm one of the recipients of this year's clothing award from the home economics class. I'm wearing the thing now.
Well, don't be bashful, sir. I'm sure you look ravishing in the new muslin dress.
It's not a dress, Miss Brooks. The class made me a suit of clothes. When Harriet first presented it to me, I thought it was a horse blanket. However, on closer inspection, I discovered it was a suit made from a horse blanket.
Oh, it can't be that bad, sir. Come on out and let me see it.
I don't know whether I should risk it. You promise you won't laugh?
Yes, sir, I promise.
All right. Here I am.
Well, I didn't laugh.
Now you can appreciate what I'm up against. This consists of nothing but odds and ends.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, you look a little odd where it ends.
At certain times, your levity leaves me cold, Miss Brooks.
In certain places, so will that suit.
I haven't dared leave the office since I put it on. Now, don't misunderstand. I'm deeply honored that Harriet's class thought enough of me to give me this award.
Oh, of course.
It shows that the undergraduates involved hold me in the highest esteem.
Yes, indeed.
And there's truly nothing in the world I treasure more than this gift.
Nothing in the world.
But, Miss Brooks, since this was the class's secret project...
You wish they'd have kept it a secret.
The truth of the matter is, when Harriet and her classmates made the presentation this morning, they insisted that I not only wear this suit when Mr. Stone arrives this afternoon, but tonight at the party as well. They said they'd be deeply hurt if I didn't. Miss Brooks, I'll be the laughingstock of the school unless you help me out of this predicament.
But how can I help, sir?
Well, for years now, it's been an unwritten rule that the teacher who received the award the previous year has the final say as to who gets it the following year. Although this rule has seldom been invoked, this year we're going to invoke it, aren't we?
Are we?
For some time now, you've been arguing to get Mr. Boynton a new lab next to your classroom. Right, Miss Brooks?
We've just put that unwritten rule in writing.
I knew I could count on you, so I've taken the liberty of sending for my daughter. I know how persuasive you can be when you want to be, Miss Brooks. So you... here she is now.
Did you want to see me, Daddy? Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. What do you think of Daddy's new suit? Real gone, isn't it?
It's on its way.
Miss Brooks has something she wants to discuss with you, Harriet.
Oh? What is it, Miss Brooks?
Well, since I received the Home Economics Class Award last year, I have final say as to who gets it this year. Is that correct?
Well, yes, Miss Brooks, but for years now, every teacher has ridden along with the class's selection.
This is where I get off. That is, I'm taking advantage of my prerogative, and I don't think your father should receive the award this year.
I don't think he should either. I mean, Miss Brooks may have a point, Harriet.
But who deserves the suit more than Daddy, Miss Brooks?
Only one man, the esteemed head of our Board of Education.
Mr. Stone?
Mr. Stone!
Motion carried. Stone stuck. He should get the award.
Well, if you say so, Miss Brooks, but I certainly hope there's no objection to the other presentation we're making today.
The other one?
Yes. Besides the suit, our class made a dress for a female teacher. We're giving it to Miss Adams.
Want to bet?
You mean you don't approve of that selection either? Then who do you think should get it?
Only one person, Harriet. The teacher who's really been asking for it.
Miss Brooks.
Huh?
I'm over here behind the door of the faculty room.
Oh, for a minute I thought it was a cobra.
It's me, Miss Enright.
I wasn't far from wrong. What are you doing behind the door, Miss Enright?
You know perfectly well what I'm doing behind this door. Because of you, I've been compelled to wear the dress the home economics class made for Miss Adams. Now I daren't show my face in public.
Well, you can't blame that on the dress.
Now, never mind the tracks. The winner of this loathsome award has to wear this thing to the party tonight. Now, you got me into this dress, Miss Brooks. You get me out of it.
Oh, then you definitely won't be able to show your face in public.
You know what I mean. This atrocity looks like a potato sack on me. There, look, see?
It would look better with potatoes in it. But if you're so set against wearing it tonight, perhaps we can make a deal.
What sort of deal, Miss Brooks?
Well, since I have the final say, I could tell Harriet to give it to someone else, but only under certain conditions.
What are they?
First, that you break your date with Mr. Boynton tonight, and second, that you give as your reason the fact that he's been taking this mustache bit much too big.
And if I refuse?
Say, I was just noticing that muslin does wonders for your knobby knees.
All right, Miss Brooks, you win. I have no choice but to agree to your proposal.
Atta girl.
You must admit I'm a good loser, darling.
Yes, indeed, Miss Enright, and I can't think of anyone I'd rather see lose. At 3 that afternoon, my principal and I were in his office awaiting the prospective recipient of the 2 garments.
Well, Mr. Stone ought to be here any minute now. Do you want to make the presentation, or shall I, Miss Brooks?
Well, as the previous year's recipient, I think I should present the suit to him, Mr. Conklin. And if you don't mind, sir, I'll also give him this other award.
You mean this piece of burlap? The only thing that's good for is to hold a bunch of potatoes.
That's no way to talk about Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone?
This is the dress made by our home economics class. The Stones should make quite a handsome couple in these outfits.
Oh, yes, indeed. They'll be almost as well dressed as Mammy and Pappy Yoakum. However, as long as you've made it. Oh, there he is now. Come in. Well, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Osgood. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Pappy. Mr. Stone.
Before we get down to school business, Mr. Stone, Miss Brooks has a little presentation for you from our home economics class.
A presentation? Why, Miss Brooks, I'm touched.
Wait till you see it. You'll go out of your mind altogether. Mr. Stone, to show our deep appreciation for the work you've done in behalf of Madison High School throughout the year, the home economics class has made this gift especially for you. Here you are, sir.
Why, it's beautiful.
Do you really think so?
Yes, indeed. The next time I go riding, I'll put it under my saddle.
Oh, no, sir. It's a man's suit. The class expects you to wear it to Mr. Conklin's party tonight.
This is a man's suit?
You can tell by the buttons. See? There are very few double-breasted horse blankets.
Oh, yes, I see it now. It's lovely.
And besides this suit, sir, our home economics class wants you to have this additional gift.
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. That'll come in very handy. It should hold several pounds of potatoes.
It's a dress for Mrs. Stone.
I see. You're giving this suit to me and this dress to my wife.
We also supply a door to hide behind. That is, you'll get a lot of good wear out of them, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, Osgood, I don't know how to thank you for your part in this.
Oh, Miss Brooks deserves all the thanks. As recipient of last year's gift, she had the final say. It was her idea.
Your idea, Miss Brooks?
Has my transfer to Siberia come through yet?
If you're going to wear this suit to the party tonight, why not try it on now, sir? I have a tie in my inner office that will go perfectly with it. I'll dash right in and get it. Won't be a minute.
Miss Brooks, I don't want you to mistake what I'm going to say for a moment. I'm deeply honored that the home economics class thought enough of me to give me this award.
Of course.
It shows that the undergraduates involved hold me in the highest esteem.
Yes, indeed.
But if this was a secret project, why didn't they keep it a secret? Well, don't get me wrong, Miss Brooks. I just feel that this award should be given to someone more directly concerned with Madison's daily life. Mr. Conklin, for instance.
Mr. Conklin?
Yes, I feel that you should reconsider to whom this gift should go, just as I am about to reconsider the appointment of a new head of Madison's English department. Do you follow me, Miss Brooks?
Do you want to make the presentation, or shall I?
I think that since you...
Well, here it is, Mr. Stone. Isn't it a beauty? This tie goes with that suit like ham goes with eggs.
Pardon me, sir, but the knife and fork just changed hands.
What Miss Brooks means, Osgood, is that I cannot accept this signal honor.
You can't?
Mr. Conklin, Mr. Stone and I feel that because of your devoted attention to the needs of both teachers and faculty at Madison High throughout the years, this suit from the home economics class should go to you.
Well, there's nothing I've wanted more. Mr. Stone, Miss Brooks, I don't know how to thank you. As I look at this splendid garment, I realize that there's nothing I've wanted more! Miss Brooks, what's going on here?
Mr. Stone persuaded me you should have it, sir.
But I thought we decided Mr. Stone should have it. Remember? When we were discussing Mr. Boynton's new lab being moved right next to your classroom?
Now, tut, Osgood, the decision should come from the new head of Madison's English department.
Head of the English department? Miss Brooks? But we'd be trading our integrity for a mess of pottage.
A double-breasted mess of pottage. Look, gentlemen, I don't want to blackmail anyone into a promotion. Perhaps neither of you deserves this award.
That's my girl. But then who should be the recipient?
It does present a problem, doesn't it?
Come in.
Hello, everyone.
Mr. Boynton, welcome home.
Oh, no, you can't.
Huh?
Will you make the presentation, or shall I, Mr. Stone?
Go right ahead, Osgood.
Since I have the final say,
Get lost. Mr. Boynton, in honor of the service
you have done for Madison throughout the years,
because of your devotion to duty
and your unflagging zeal in your work,
we want you to have
this award.
From the picture Abbott and Costello Meet the Board of Education.
I don't quite understand, but thank you very much for the suit. I certainly didn't expect anything like this when I came in here.
Why did you come in, Mr. Boynton?
Harriet told me you were in here, Miss Brooks. And since Miss Enright can't make it, I wanted to invite you to Mr. Conklin's party tonight.
I accept. And that automatically eliminates you as the recipient of the honorable horse blanket. But, gentlemen, I think I have a solution that should be acceptable to all concerned.
What is it, Miss Brooks?
Hand it over, please. Thanks. For you, Mr. Stone. For you, Mr. Conklin. For you, Mr. Boynton. And may the pants rest in peace.
And Al Lewis with the music of Bud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon.
Father's Day is here, and so me pop was showing off, you know. He took some ties down from the shelf and did the washing all by himself.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled London, Palladium, or Bust, and it stars MGM's clown, Red Skelton. Well, Red, next week we fly to England to appear at the London Palladium. Aren't you excited?
Rather, old chap, rather. I made a cut there. You can
Hey, where did you get the British accent?
Ronald Coleman loaned it to me just for the trip, you know. I'll say there, Bonita. Would you care for a spot of tea? I see you have a spot on your tie. Oh, dear me, there went my monocle again. Just can't keep it in my eye. I think I'll wear it in my mouth. I have weak eye teeth, you see.
Monocle?
You won't hear that.
What is this monocle British accent? Red, who you trying to kid? You look about as British as Tennessee Ernie.
Tennessee Ernie? When I get over to jolly old England, I don't want to look like a tourist. That's why I'm wearing tweed sweatshirts.
Oh, brother, when the British see you, they're liable to cut off diplomatic relationships with this country and recall Stuart Granger.
Stinks. Oh, I think they'll like me. The British people are really crazy about comedians, you know.
I know, but what's that got to do with you?
What? Don't forget to drop a card from the unemployment compensation line, will you? I'll say, there's a lot of things I got to take care of before I leave for Europe. I hope I haven't forgotten anything.
Now, did you remember to tell the milkman you won't be needing any milk for a month?
My wife, Georgia, took care of that.
Have you done all your last-minute shopping?
Georgia took care of that.
Have you finished packing?
Georgia's packing right now.
Well, what have you done?
I've been busy keeping out of her way.
Red, do you know anything at all about England?
Yeah, I know there's a shortage of food over there. Everybody's real thin. They won't believe you. They'll think you're a mirage.
Say, you've never been to England before.
Have I ever been to England? Are you kidding? About 6 years ago, I went over there on one of those scenic cruises that the Army conducted. Hey, I was on a troop ship called the West Point, see? And they landed in Southampton, into Taranto, Italy. And the British were stationed there, see? So they said, do you think the boys could give a march right down the street? He said, it would boost up the morale. So these guys, they had a pretty rough voice and everything. But the full field pack now, you see, they had the full field pack in their carbines and stuff. They looked like $1 million marching down the street. And some Englishman yelled, "Hey, Yank, what's that on your back?" He says, "Bunker Hill, you bum." Pick it up anyway.
Yes. Do you think we'll meet the king and queen when we're over there?
Well, I hope so. I've been practicing my curtsy all day. Get a load of this. Oh. That's what I get for drying them on a heater.
Oh, Red, men don't curtsy. They bow like this.
Copycat? Well, there's one joke we won't take to England. Too subtle.
Well, you know, Red, you never hear the English laugh much because they're too polite, you know. They've been brought up not to make any noise when they laugh.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Well, from the 5 jokes you've told this evening, I'd say we have quite an English audience here.
Say, you know what the British word for gas is?
Come again?
I said, do you know what the British word for gas is?
Yeah. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, you've got me wrong. They call gas petrol.
Petrol?
Petrol.
Gee, can you imagine some guy saying, "Oh, I ate too much. I'm having petrol pain." You want to commit suicide? He says, "Plug up the doors. We'll turn on the petrol." Oh, it's silly, you know.
And another thing, over there, you know, the motorists drive on the left side of the street.
Well, like here. Boy, my wife will feel right at home. Say, it's getting late. We better go down and pick up my plane tickets.
Okay, I'll drive you downtown.
Oh, you got a whip?
Yeah.
I'll tell Georgia that I'm leaving. Hey, little Red, I'm going down to the airline's office. Georgia, I'm leaving. She's having petrol pain. I don't believe she can hear me. She's listening to the wireless, you know. Yeah. Dave Rose and his orchestra is playing Swanee.
The cleanest sheets in town, I wear the cleanest clothes. 'Cause Tide beats any soap on earth, as everybody knows. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Now there's a little song that makes a lot of sense. Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. You know there's a reason for that. You see, Tide is the amazing miracle product that not only gets ordinary dirt out of your clothes, but removes dingy soap film as well. We've proved that in the laboratory, testing Tide against soaps of every description. And every test proves this point. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Millions of you women have proved that for yourselves, washing and rinsing your own clothes. You've seen the miracle of Tide in the cleaner clothes your family wears, the cleaner linens in your home. You've discovered how kind Tide is to your hands, too. Yes, ma'am, when you put Tide in your washer, out comes the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. Any soap? Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Gee, this airline ticket office is sure crowded.
Well, it wasn't before you walked in, blubber boy. Pull in your stomach. You got everybody pinned to the wall there.
Oh, look, there's somebody at the ticket counter ahead of us. It's Willie Lump, and he seems to be giving that clerk a lot of trouble.
Now's the 10th time, Mr. Lump. What can I do for you?
And for the 10th time, wouldn't you like to know? What I want to know, Nosy, is what time does the next plane leave for the La Brea tar pit?
Are you serious?
No, I'm a little blotto. Come on, tell me, when does the next plane leave for the La Brea tar pit? I ain't got all day. I'm due back in bed any minute.
Well, there aren't any planes going to the La Brea tar pits.
May I ask why not, sir? I smell petrol. You had better check the jets because petrol is escaping here.
I've seen a lot of snooty guys in my life, but you happen to be the snootiest guy I've ever seen. Both of you.
Both? But there's only one of me.
Are you insinuating that my bloodshot blue eyes are deceiving me? And another thing, sir, what have you got against Petro? The La Brea Tar Pits never did anything to you either, you know.
No, I've got nothing against La Brea Tar Pits.
Well, I have. You know, that's where I met my wife, was the La Brea Tar Pits. I was looking for those prehistoric monsters, you see. And along came the old Cold War. You know what my wife's maiden name is? The Thing.
Look, if you want to go to La Brea Tar Pits, why don't you take a bus?
I don't want to take a bus. I can't stand those petrol fumes.
Well, look, I've had enough. I'm going to call the police.
Now, wait a minute. I'll take care of this fellow clerk.
Oh?
Willie, what's gotten into you?
About 2 quarts.
Why don't you go home?
Go home? My, what a disgusting thought that is. Say, as a matter of fact, I should go home. Today is my birthday. That's why I've been celebrating, you know. Yeah, my wife has baked me a birthday pretzel with candles and everything.
Well, congratulations. How old are you, Willie?
Oh, 86.
Oh, come on now. You're not that old. Let's take a look at your driver's license.
Oh, that won't do any good. I got on my brother's suit. Okay, here's my driver's license.
Hey, what are all those notches on it?
Well, that's the way I keep count of the pedestrians I pass. Let's see how old it says I am. Oh, no. I'm dead.
Dead?
Dead. Right here it says so on my driver's license. Look, expired. I'm dead. I didn't want to see myself go anywhere.
Oh, go on home, Willie.
Hey, look, core kid. I'm the bouncer in this office, and I don't like the disturbance you're causing. Now get out.
I am not leaving until I get what I came in here for.
I said get out.
This is no way to talk to a dead man. I am not leaving until I get what I came in for.
You wise guy.
Hey, put me down! Well, that ain't what I came in for, but it will have to do.
Hey, Skelton, what are you doing in the phone booth?
What am I doing in the phone booth?
Yes.
Why, I'm knitting an Afghan dog. What a question. I'm calling Georgia to see if she wants me to pick up anything while I'm downtown.
Oh.
Now, let's see if I can remember my number.
That's the prefix.
Hi, Freeman! Okay. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. My 3 minutes are up.
Hey, there's somebody at the airline ticket counter now. Go pick up your tickets.
Okay.
Oh, look who the clerk is. It's that old lady who's so nearsighted.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what can I do for you, madam?
Remind me to get a haircut. Madam?
You heard me. And I'm sorry, but you can't bring your pet hippopotamus in here.
Lady, I'm Rod O'Connor.
Oh, Rod O'Connor. What a cute name for a hippopotamus. Do I dare pet him?
No, you better not. You better not. His distemper shots didn't take. Look, I've come to pick up some plane tickets. Now, here's the check for them.
Whoa, no. Just a second. This is a rubber check. Look how it stretches.
Let go of my tongue. Boy, you've really got bad eyesight, haven't you?
Now, I'll have you know I used to be a sharpshooter with the carnival.
Oh, really?
Yes. Every day I'd shoot a cigarette out of a man's mouth.
Oh, well, how come you gave it up?
I got tired of going to funerals.
The act used to knock 'em dead, huh? Look, take this... Take this check and give me my plane ticket.
Well, I can't accept that check until Mr. McGeehan okays it. He's right over there. Mr. McGeehan, would you please okay this check?
You're talking to the water cooler.
Here comes Mr. McGeehan now. He'll wait on you. Excuse me, ladies.
Can I help you?
I doubt it. Remind me to get a haircut. My name is Red Skelton.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Skelton. I've listened to every one of your radio programs since you went on the air 14 years ago. I see your pictures 3 or 4 times. I follow your career with great interest. I never miss a magazine article about you.
What a coincidence. Neither do I. Hey, would you okay this check, please?
Check? Why, I can't accept a check from a person I've never heard of.
Starting tonight, I'm not paying you with real money either. Say, would you please give me my plane tickets? I made a reservation yesterday.
Oh, yes, you're flying to Mexico City. Si, senor, I will get your ticket for you pronto. Hasta la vista, mi amigo.
Look, Crisco. Oh, Cisco. Say, Sam, I'm going to Europe.
Oh, of course, France. Il parle aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Besoin. Oh, oui, oui.
Throw your arms in the air, Hildegard. I'm going to England, remember?
Oh, I say. Bully for you. Pleasant flight and all that sort of thing.
You know, this guy's been like that ever since he washed the windows at the United Nations building. Come on, Rod. Let's go over to the Hall of Justice so I can pick up my passport.
Si, senor.
Oh, cut that out. Oh, look. There's Lorene Tuttle with Junior, that mean little kid.
Junior, I've had about enough. Now, you come on with me.
You stop playing me here, will you? You're big enough as it is. Goodness, you want people to think you're the mother of a baby elephant?
Close the door.
Okay.
Junior! You broke the glass door of the doctor's office.
Well, the doctor should thank me for getting rid of the pain.
Oh, why is it you break everything you touch?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a gift, I guess. I just can't seem to control myself.
I'm full of petrol. Hey, look who's coming. Look who's coming.
Hello, Lorraine.
Oh, Rod.
Ah, the pain in the neck with the legs in the back. The pain in the neck with legs is back.
Junior, why do you call me a pain in the neck with legs?
I called him the way I feel them.
Lorraine, what were you doing at the doctor's office? Is Junior sick?
Junior and I were just getting our shots for smallpox and typhus.
Yes.
But you should have seen the scene Junior put on.
Well, no wonder. On everybody else, they use a needle. They tried to give me my shots with a gun.
And would you believe it?
Yeah.
It took 5 nurses to hold Junior down while the doctor gave him the needle. You never heard such screaming.
Junior was screaming?
No, the doctor and the 5 nurses.
Once I got my mitts on that needle, I really went berserk, boy. When I left, all 6 of them was hanging from the light fixture. I kept telling them I didn't want to get sick with no needle, you know, but they finally got the point. Oh, a jab, jab here and a jab, jab there. Here's a jab there, jab there. A lot of fun, real fun.
Well, it was nice seeing you, Rod.
You going home?
No, we're going to stop in and hear David Rose and his orchestra play You're Just in Love.
You know, Tide's really a wash day miracle. It not only gets the ordinary dirt out of your clothes, but also removes dulling soap film. And that one fact is what made no rinsing practical. Yes, with Tide, you can save all the time and work of rinsing, and you'll get the cleanest possible no-rinse wash. Now, if you prefer to rinse, Tide promises you this. Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. We've proved that in the laboratory. And you women see the proof in the dazzling cleaner clothes your children wear to school. The cleaner shirts you give your husband. Yes, when your wash is a Tide wash, it's the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Boy, the trouble you have to go through to get a passport.
Yeah. Well, you're in luck. There's nobody ahead of you. Nobody, that is, except Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Yep, here I Oh, the last time I saw Paris, scared him half to death. Boy, when it comes to singing, this guy, Maurice Chevrolet, ain't got anything on me.
Well, what can I do for you, lover boy?
I think you've already done it. Yeah, if it's all the same to you, I prefer dealing with one of the men clerks.
Did you come in to see about a passport? Oh, may I see your birth certificate?
That's for dang sure.
Here it is.
So this is the way you spell cadiddle, Hoppy.
No, I spell it with an X. In fact, I spell everything with an X. I remember my school days. The years passed, but I didn't.
Now, I'll have to ask you a few personal questions, Mr. Cadiddle Hoppy.
Oh, really?
Where were you born?
I was born in a hospital. Couldn't figure it out either. I wasn't sick.
What hospital?
Cat and dog hospital. That's why I look like a Corker Spaniel around the ears.
Please. Look, I'm awfully busy.
Yeah.
Take this questionnaire over to that desk and fill it out.
Oh. Does it require any writing?
Why, sweetie, can't you spell?
Well, I never went in much for that. No, see, I'm a kindergarten man myself. Instead of writing, could I just string a few beads for you?
Just so fill out the questionnaire.
Oh. Well, here goes nothing. Oh, boy. Them's the kind of girls I dream about. You ought to see what I get.
Howdy, Clem. What are you doing in the passport office?
I'm going to Europe.
You're going where?
Europe. You see, I bought a little real estate in London.
Mm-hmm.
And, as a matter of fact, I made a fast deal with a guy I met at the bus depot a few weeks ago.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He sold me the Windsor Castle. Just cheap, too.
But, Clem, the King and Queen of England...
$45 I paid for it. Of course, I had to throw in my rabbit's foot and my jackknife.
Clem, the King and Queen of England live in Windsor Castle.
That's why I'm going over to collect the rent. One thing about me, I'm always on my toes. All 18 of them. Well, skip to Maloo.
Yeah. Well, Red, in a couple of days you fly to New York, and then from there you leave for London.
Yeah, I'm glad I got my passport, my shots, and the tickets, boy. I wouldn't go through that red tape again for anything.
Well, you better let them hold all your papers so you won't lose them.
Oh, what do you think I am, a big kid? I'm 37. I can take care of myself. I ain't going to lose them. I got the stuff right here in...
Red, why are you turning so white?
Like I was telling you, I've lost my papers.
Oh, no. Now you're going to have to start all over again and get your tickets and your shots and your passport.
No, I'm going down to the hock shop and get myself a gun. To go through this hassle again, a guy's going to have a hole in his head.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday...
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
You get the cleanest washing town with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, a singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught throwing eggs in the electric fan because he heard his Uncle Archie Stebbins liked his eggs scrambled, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello. Do you realize that I've been looking all over town for you? What are you doing in this beauty parlor?
Ah, this is my beauty parlor, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I made up my mind that I was going to start off the new year a success.
Yes?
So I bought it, see? That's my name on the window. Louis A. Costello.
Louis A. Costello? What does the A stand for?
Ah, that stands for my middle name, Atomic Bomb.
Your middle name is Atomic Bomb?
Oh, yeah. The day I was born, my father took one look at me and blew up.
No. Please, Costello, talk sense. How can a dummy like you run a beauty shop?
Oh, I've got a lot of business with my new slogan, Abbott. See it there on the wall?
What does it say?
I'm going to read it. Louis Costello removes all wrinkles from your sister, your puppy, your mummy. I take the wrinkles out of your face and drop them down to your tummy.
Oh.
I think the poem is bummy.
Bummy, yes. This is the silliest thing I've ever heard of. You're no beauty expert. What's the matter with you?
Oh, no? I just concocted a new hair grower, Abbott. It's wonderful.
Now, don't hand me that stuff. There's no preparation that will grow hair.
Oh, all I know is I spilled some on my cat last night.
And what happened?
We got the only cat in Hollywood that looks like Jerry Colonna.
Oh,
Hey, yeah, but this stuff will even grow hair on a billiard ball.
Does it really work?
Yeah, but it sure slows up the game.
Costello, why did you open up this beauty parlor without my wife's advice?
Huh?
Why did you open this up without my wife's advice? You know that my wife is an expert beautician. Didn't you ever see my wife waving her hair?
No, but I saw her shaking it out the window.
Now, stop that. Never mind that.
Dear wife, Barbara Fritchie.
Never mind that.
Shaking it out the window.
Yes. My wife is also an expert at facial massage. Every morning she massages her face with the juice of a lemon.
I wondered what gave her that sour puss.
Costello. Now. I resent that, Costello. People have told me that my wife resembles Veronica Lake.
Yeah, she wears her nose over one eye.
She does. Here, Costello.
I'm in sell your wife good tonight.
Well, I'll talk to you after the program. Costello, I can tell you that you know absolutely nothing about running a beauty shop. Look, suppose a woman came in here right now and asked for a shampoo.
Sham what?
Poo.
Poo to your girl.
Look. How would you give a hen a rinse?
How would I what?
How would you give a hen a rinse?
I'd take the hen and give her a pail of water.
No, you idiot. I didn't say hen. I said henna. Henna is a shade of a hair. What kind of shade does your girl have?
I don't know. She never pulls it down.
No. Henna is a color. For example, your girlfriend has henna-colored hair. She's Titian.
She's what?
Your girlfriend is Titian.
No, she ain't. She quit teaching when she was a baby. She's not all her teeth.
Oh, teeth.
Yeah, she cleans her teeth every night with toothpaste.
There you go.
Who writes this stuff?
Never mind that stuff. Look, there's all that silly talk of yours. Costello, you'll never get a customer to come to this beauty shop.
Oh, yes, I will.
No, you won't.
Yes, I'm sending out these wonderful pictures. Just look at them, Abbott. It's a picture of Monty Willie in a nightshirt.
Oh, you dope. Those are calendars for the new year. That old man is Father Time.
Oh, is that Father Time?
Sure. You see, he's got a long white beard, and that thing he's holding is a sickle. Do you know what a sickle is for?
Sure, to cut his beard.
No. Pay no attention to me. Whenever you see Father Time, you'll find the old man's sickle.
Oh, the old man's sickle?
Certainly.
What does he call a doctor?
Look, Costello,
well, they shouldn't let the old man run around sickle, Abbott.
No.
He's liable to catch the hoopel-coppel.
No, I don't mean it that way.
That could develop into streptococcus.
No. What are you talking?
You wind up in the hospital.
No, Costello. The sickle I'm talking about. Will you listen to me, please? Look, Costello, the sickle I'm talking about.
Streptococcus is awful.
But you don't know what I'm talking about.
That's a bird germicle.
But, Lou, please, the sickle I'm talking about is a scythe. See? The old man is holding his scythe.
Well, if he's holding his scythe, then that must be the scythe he's sickle on.
No. What are you talking about, please?
Well, you said if he was sickle, he was holding a scythe. If he's sickle on his right side, that could be very dangerous. He might have appendicicle.
Oh, look, please, Costello. Father Time and the sickle represent the old year. And this little baby picture alongside of him on the calendar is the new year.
Oh, he's a cute little baby, Abbott. But he certainly wears expensive clothes.
Expensive clothes?
Look at the price tag on his diaper.
1946.
1946 is the new year. What's wrong with you, Costello? 1946 is the new year. And Paul, the time is the old year. Now, next Monday night, we ring out the old man. And...
Wait a minute. Why ring out the old man?
No, never mind. Look, I'll tell you what we do. Now, look, please, just keep quiet. I'll tell you what we do. I give up everything. You understand?
I give up too, kid.
All right, just give up. Just don't say a
Those
word.
sugar senses, they should give up too.
Look, I don't know why I always waste time with you. I'm going home.
Oh, Abbott, please don't go. I want you to try my new haircutting machine. Just stick your head in here, and I'll turn it on. Go ahead. Hey, Abbott, this machine is wonderful. It changes your whole appearance.
What do you mean, change my whole appearance? What did you do to my head?
Oh, I just brought out the natural brilliance.
Would you say I'm no longer a blonde?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Would you say I was a redhead?
No, I wouldn't say that either.
Would you say I was a brunette?
Definitely not.
Then for heaven's sakes, what would you call me?
Hello, Baldy.
Hello, boys.
And now a brief transition from wits to wisdom as our imaginary time machine takes us back to ancient Greece and a wise old man named Aesop.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher, as Aesop said. When cigarettes were scarce, most smokers took what they could get. One day, one brand, another day, some other brand. What did that experience teach? Well,
actions speak louder than words.
Yes, actions speak louder than words, said Aesop. And the actions of smokers today speak louder than any words about any cigarette. For after more experience with different brands than ever before, more smokers are asking for Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice, for experience is the best teacher. Will Osborne and the Camel Orchestra bring us How Deep is the Ocean?
Up ladies' hair in buns?
Yes, I do.
What do you do with all the crumbs?
Hey, that's a very funny joke. I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you do up ladies' hair in buns?
No, I always put a rat in their hair.
Now, what am I going to do with the crumbs?
Oh, you're stuck, aren't you?
No, I can always give the crumbs to the rat.
Look, why don't you cut out these stale jokes and get busy and clean up this place? Throw those dirty towels in that hamper over there.
Okay.
Costello, what happened? What kind of towels were those?
Cannon towels. Hey, I think that went over with a bang, didn't it?
Oh, let me out of here. Oh, let me out of here. I've got to get out of here. Please let me out of here so I can play with those other little rabbits.
Hey, who are you?
Oh, just a little ingrown hair.
That guy looked as... Hey, that guy looked as dumb as a rabbit.
And he does it good, too, doesn't he? He's dumber than a rabbit. A rabbit knows his arithmetic. Yeah, surely.
Is this a beauty shop?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Well, save me your beauty for 8 o'clock, huh?
Hey, you know, I passed your house last night and I saw the Christmas tree lit up on the porch.
Oh, the tree is in the living room. That was me.
Costello, what kind of a place is this? You haven't had a customer today.
Oh, hey, Abbott, look who's coming across the street. It's the actress, Bessie May Mucho.
Hello, boys. I just dropped in to congratulate you on the opening of your new shop. I think it's just too enchanting.
Yes, it's the Bean.
I'd like to make an appointment for Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon?
Ah, yes, Abby. You know what Saturday is. That's the day after Fruit Day. And the day before Sunday.
Yes, I'm going to see the big football classic. New Year's Day out at Pasadena.
Oh, yes, Pasadena. Lovely place. That's the home of the Rose Bowl. I could have said something now.
I can hardly wait to see Alabama play. Are you betting on Alabama?
No, I'm putting all my money on the Trojans.
Oh, Mr. Costello, you are the cutest man. You make me feel so romantic.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like squeezing your hand.
Why don't you put your arms around me and give me a big hug? Maybe you would like to kiss my lips.
Hey. Oh, Costello, here's your girlfriend, Lena Gangster.
Ah-ha-ha. Well, Costello, I finally caught you with your arms around another girl. You poor man's Tommy Manville.
Eileen, I can't help it. Miss Mucho likes me. She thinks I'm all the movie stars roll into one.
That one in the back must be Andy Devine.
Oh, no. Lena, don't say that. I want you two girls to be friends. Miss Mucho, say hello to Lena. Lena, say hello to Miss Mucho. How quiet the hellos are tonight.
Miss Mucho, I've seen you in lots of pictures. Didn't you play the title role in Lassie Come Home?
How charming you are. I seem to recognize you. Where are you wrestling tonight?
Have you cats had your milk today?
Look, Miss Mucho, keep away from Costello. His arms belong to me.
But his lips belong to me.
His brain belongs to me. Wait a minute. I'm getting the short end of this.
Well, I must be running along, Mr. Costello. I'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana to you.
A veal scallopino to you. Hey, you know my French is improving.
Well, Costello, this is the end of everything between us.
Now, wait a minute, Lena. That wasn't Costello's fault. Please, honest.
No, Lena. I can't help it if I have a winning personality. I can turn my charm on and off like a faucet.
You must have a loose washer. All I can hear is a little drip.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Lena. Look, he isn't very, B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, he does appear to be a little, S-T-U-P-I-D.
Yeah.
I heard that. What do you think I am? A D-O-P-P?
I'm through with you, Costello. I'm going back to Brooklyn and marry my old sweetheart, Mr. Schultz, the grocery man.
Oh, but Lena, Mr. Schultz is 70 years old, and you're only 25.
Didn't you ever hear of a May and December romance?
Yeah, but he's going over into the middle of January.
There's no use arguing, Costello. This is goodbye.
Oh, no, Lena. Don't. Well, if that's the way you want it, will you write to me from Brooklyn? You will write to me, won't you?
Why should I write to you from Brooklyn?
I'd just like to know how the tree is doing.
Just as I thought, you always were a silly little twerp, and you'll never be anything else. Goodbye and good riddance.
Well, Costello, your girlfriend walked out on you.
Yes, and I thought I was going to be such a big success in the coming year. I guess it's no use, Abbott. I might as well close up this beauty shop. I'm no good. I'm a failure.
Well, you certainly are. Well, you don't know how to treat people. You don't know how to be nice to people, that's all.
You're right, Abbott. And I'm going to go away. I'm going to go someplace and join an organization that will teach me to have good friends and do nice things. I'll join the Campfire Girls.
No, Costello.
Yes, I will.
Now, wait a minute, you can't.
I'm going to join the
You listen to
Campfire
me,
Girls.
please. You mean the Boy Scouts. The Campfire Girls are all women.
You join what you like, and I'll join what I like.
Camel's lovely Connie Haynes repeats one of the season's most popular songs, Love Letters.
The sky may be starless, the night may be moonless, but deep in my heart there's a glow. For deep in my heart I know that you love me. You love me because you told me so. Love letters straight from your heart. Keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. And darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your
As delightful as the mild and tasteful smoke of a Camel cigarette meeting my T-zone.
The T-zone. T for taste, T for throat.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette.
Yes, the T-zone. The taste of a cigarette on your tongue, the feel of its smoke in your throat, only your T-zone can judge. That's how millions of smokers, forced to experience many different brands when cigarettes were scarce, found Camels truly suited their T-zones to a T. That fact is proved by factory orders for Camels, now at the highest level in history. For Camels, always a favorite with smokers everywhere, are today demanded by more smokers than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. For in smokers' T-zones, the zones of taste and throat, Camels are the choice of experience.
Well, come on, Costello, step on the gas.
Hey, wait a minute, Abbott. Where are we going?
Well, I'm not going to let you give up your beauty business. I'm going to show you how to sell beauty treatments from house to house. Now, this looks like a good neighborhood. Stop the car.
Okay, I'll stop it here at the corner of 2nd Street. 9th Street is close enough. What brakes? The brakes are on ice skates.
Yes, sir. Now, here's a nice-looking house, Costello. Knock on the door and tell the woman you'd like to give her a beauty treatment.
But suppose she slams the door in my face.
Oh, nonsense. The modern woman never slams the door in a salesman's face.
Oh, that's different.
Well?
I'd like to sell you a nice... Boy, is she old-fashioned.
Well, what are you knocking again for?
I just want to get my nose out of the door. Me? Yes. Whose line is it now?
That's yours. Well, we didn't... It's all right, I got
Thank
it.
you.
We didn't do any good there. Go ahead. No.
Well, hey, Abbott.
Yeah, we didn't do any good there. I got it.
We didn't do any good there, did we?
No, come on.
I didn't do any good here either.
Come on, Costello. Let's stop at this next house and see our old Scotch friend, Mr. Brown.
Hey, was I lost?
Yeah. Hey, there's Scotty Brown at the window now. All right, whistle away.
I'll whistle at Scotty.
Go ahead.
Ladies, I wish you would not whistle in front of my house.
Why not?
Well, every time anybody whistles, it wakes up my canary. He reaches down and eats another bird seed.
Scotty, Costello's going from house to house selling beauty treatments.
Hey, Scotty, how about let me curl your wife's hair for 50 cents?
No, thanks, laddie. I do that myself. I was just about to curl her hair when you come to the door. You can watch me if you like. Are you ready to have me curl your hair, dearie?
All ready, Scotty.
All right, here we go. Chapter 27. As the poor girl descended the steps that led to the dank and musty old cellar, a long, hairy arm reached out and grabbed her by the throat. That did it. That makes her hair curl every time. Good girl.
Well, how do you like that guy? Scaring his wife to make her hair curl up.
Oh, that's nothing. He makes his kids cry to water the flower beds.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look who's coming down the street. It's our old friend, Officer Melonhead, the policeman.
Hello, boys.
Hey, I can't stop to talk to you now, Melonhead. I'm going from house to house selling beauty treatments.
Oh, you won't stop at my house, huh? You wouldn't fix my wife's hair. You wanted to take her hair off and send it over to your shop. Go ahead, tell everybody my wife wears a wig.
Your wife wears a wig? Your wife wears a wig?
Go on, start a rumor.
Look, Melonhead, your wife has lovely black hair. It's as black as coal.
Coal, huh? Go on, say it. Say that you saw her shovel it into her snoot. I know what you're thinking. Why don't you say it, Costello? My wife is ugly. She's got lips as rough as shoe leather.
Melonhead, that isn't true. Your wife's lips are as nice and sweet and smooth.
Oh, you found that out. So you're the guy my mother-in-law saw running out the door the other night. Oh, now he's dragging my mother-in-law into this.
I didn't even mention your mother-in-law.
Sure. My mother-in-law, that's worth talking about, huh? Why don't you say it? My mother-in-law's uglier than my wife.
Look, I didn't say that, Melonhead. I think your mother-in-law is beautiful.
Get a load of this dope. My mother-in-law has a mustache and a 3-inch wart on her nose. He calls her beautiful.
Look, Melonhead, I don't want to argue with you. I'm just trying to be a success in 1946. I just want you to have a nice Happy New Year.
Oh, you want me to have a Happy New Year, but you wouldn't wish me a real Happy New Year.
Okay, I wish you a Happy New Year.
Just one, huh? I should have one Happy New Year, and the rest of my life I should be miserable.
Okay, have 2 Happy New Years. 3, 4, have 10 Happy New Years.
Oh, you're just throwing them at me. You wouldn't say them with feeling, huh?
Oh, he's right, Costello. Come on, let's wish him a rousing, good Happy New Year. Come on.
Okay. Happy New Year, Melonhead.
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Whoopee. Hooray. Hooray.
How do you like these two guys? Here it is, 4 days before New Year, and they're both plastered already.
Come on, Costello. Let's try one more house.
No, I'm disgusted, Abbott. I feel like giving the whole thing up.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm sure we can sell a treatment at this house. Here, right next door. Why, this is where Mrs. Niles lives. Go ahead, ring the doorbell.
Okay.
Why, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. I see you're out walking your big, fat bulldog. Oh, pardon me. It's you, Costello.
Yes. Look, Mrs. Niles. Costello is starting a new business, giving beauty treatments.
Yes, Mrs. Niles. You look like you need a little work done on your face.
Oh, I do, eh? What's wrong with my face?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering how the horse looks without it.
Quiet, Costello. It wouldn't take much work, Mrs. Niles, to bring out your real beauty.
Oh, do you really think so?
Oh, right.
Well, it was just a few years ago I had all the young men chasing after me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I wonder how I could get them to chase after me again.
Why don't you try carrying the ball in the Rose Bowl game?
Please, Costello. Now, Mrs. Niles, if you'll just sit down here in this chair, we'll start off with a nice egg shampoo.
Yes. Come here, Betty.
Costello, what are you doing with that chicken?
Oh, we use only fresh eggs. Now, just sit back while I put Betty on your head. Go ahead, Betty. Do your stuff. Oh, a double yolk.
Oh, you fool. You get out of here.
But I can't leave the house now, Mrs. Niles. I just noticed that your skin needs lifting.
What do you mean? Do you think my skin is too loose?
Oh, no, it's just the opposite. Your skin is a little too tight. Here, I'll lift your skin and show you.
word, my skin is tight.
Tight? Every time you bend your knees, your mouth flies open.
Come on, Costello, get busy. I've got the mud pack all ready.
Yes, Mrs. Niles, this mud pack is my grandmother's special. It's her special formula. It paves the way to beauty. Help me put it on, Abbott. Here, I'll take one side of her face and you take the other.
Okay, we make her nose the dividing line.
No, let's divide it in the middle.
Okay.
Well, there's mud in your eye.
My heavens, this mud is beginning to harden on my face already. Look, I can't move my jaws.
Yeah, this stuff has got a lot of good qualities.
It's beginning to draw my face up. Get it off, you hear? Get it off.
Well, wait, there's a couple of ways to get it off.
Well, just tell me one way.
You'll have to take your pick.
Oh, you idiot. This stuff is as hard as a rock, and you said it would pave the way to beauty.
Yes, it was my grandmother's special formula.
Well, Costello, you shouldn't have used it. It's all your fault.
No, it isn't my fault.
Then it's your grandmother's fault.
No, it isn't my fault, and it isn't my grandmother's fault.
Then whose fault is it?
It's Hat's fault.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute the 34th Red Bull Division, heroes of Tunisia, Casino, Leghorn, and Bologna. In your honor, men of the Red Bull Division, the makers of Camels are sending to other servicemen still overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. A total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, folks, that winds up our programs for the year 1945.
Yes, friends, but we'll be back on the air next Thursday night. We'll bring you another whole year of Abbott and Costello.
No, not that! I want to get a guy stand as a thing.
Wait a minute! Hey, wait a minute, fella. You've been pulling riddles on me every week. Now, tonight I've got one for you.
Go ahead, fat stuff.
All right, what's the difference between a baby fawn, a diamond ring, and a jackass?
I don't know.
Well, a baby fawn is a little deer. A diamond ring is 2 deer.
Yeah, what about the jackass?
That's you, dear.
Good night, folks. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody, and don't forget, folks, buy victory bonds at your favorite neighborhood theater.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
Here's a tip for the man who found a pipe in his Christmas stocking. Pack that pipe with Prince Albert for pleasure in every puff. Why? Well, Prince Albert is crimp cut for the slow, cool burning that breaks a new pipe in right. It quickly forms a good cake in the bowl, and in new pipes and old pipes, Prince Albert is wonderfully gentle and bite-free. For Prince Albert's famous no-bite treatment removes the causes of parch and sting before that grand mellow tobacco is ever packed.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
are on the Monitor Beacon. Your communicators in Radio Central this evening, Todd Russell.
And George Putnam. And for the next 2 hours, you'll be going places and doing things on this special Labor Day edition.
And our first stop on the Monitor Beacon is Hollywood, where we'll join Groucho Marx for You Bet Your Life.
What's the secret word for tonight, George?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is walk. W-A-L-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in The Best of Groucho, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Don't look now, but it's Groucho Marx with a chance for each of our couples tonight to win a lot of money, as much as $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, our duck will come down and pay him an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
Driving today, drive carefully. Say, want to get top gas mileage from your car, save money? Then try Mobil Gas Special, the new car gasoline. It's the one gasoline that gives you this proved mileage economy. In the Mobil Gas Economy run, 47 brand new cars average 19.44 miles per gallon. Try a tank full. Mobil Gas Special, the new car gasoline. It's designed to give you top miles per gallon, top power and acceleration, too. You're miles ahead with Mobil.
Groucho, Marianne Gaba and Roger Beck are standing by to talk to you. So, folks, you go in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Divide an extra $100. It's a common way, something you do every day. Marianne Gaba and Roger Beck, eh? Well, Roger and out. That would happen. Marianne, how old? Marianne, huh?
That's Marianne, yes.
Marianne. How old are you?
18 years old.
18, isn't that wonderful? In that case, Roger, back in again. Where are you from, Marianne?
I was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, but I am staying out here permanently.
Oh.
Yes.
What does your father do for a living?
Well, he delivers mail in Chicago.
Well, he delivered a pretty good female, too. He delivers mail in Chicago?
That's right,
he lives
yes.
out here? He must be pretty tired towards the end of his route.
No,
How does he do that? Does he have a very long arm, like the long arm of coincidence?
Well, he's living in Chicago. I'm the one that's living here in California.
Oh, I see. Yes. In other words, you're a little bird that's flown the nest, is that it?
In other words, yes.
Well, little bird, watch yourself in California. This town is full of very cool cats. Now, Marianne, do you have a job?
Oh, yes, I have been modeling now for the last 15 years.
Modeling? An ugly girl like you modeling?
I tried modeling, yes.
What else do you do?
I'm also a student at the University of Southern Cal.
No. What do you model? Bathing suits?
Well, practically everything.
Everything, you say?
Practically everything, yes.
I've never seen you on a can of dog food.
Well, I don't think the dogs would buy anything with my picture on it.
No, a lot of cool cats would. Now, what are you studying at USC, Marianne?
I'm majoring in drama and speech and...
In drama? Well,
drama.
Why is that?
Eventually, I would like to become an actress and get into the show business. And I'm
Why do
also
you
taking shorthand, just in case.
Shorthand? In case of what? In case the bathing suit doesn't fit? Well, Marianne, you've got a very good head on your shoulders.
Well,
and I wish it was mine instead. Now, Roger, I hate to talk to you, but I guess I have no choice.
You can't hardly ignore me. I'm here.
No, I can't ignore you, but you get
You will.
increasingly ugly as you stand there.
That's a very difficult spot.
Yes. Now, where are you from, Roger?
I'm originally from Pittsburgh.
Are you married?
Yes, I've been married 9 years.
Well, don't cry on my shoulder. Now, what kind of work do you do, Roger? Anything that's remotely connected with anything honest?
Yes, I'm a reporter for the Los Angeles Mirror News.
A reporter? Is that what you are? Well, you can quote me as saying I've been misquoted.
I've heard that more than once.
Maybe you could do a big story about me. What kind of reporting do you do?
I'm a crime reporter, basically.
Well, there's no question but you could do a big story about me.
I think I have.
Suppose there is no crime. What do? Do you play pinochle in the press room like the firemen do?
No, I work out of the office of the Mirror News, and on Saturdays, I do a popular music and record column, and I also do a monthly piece for Dig Magazine on popular music and records.
You say you review records? I thought
Yes.
you were a crime reporter.
Well, they have a lot more in common than people think. You've heard the records today. They're really a crime.
Do you like rock and roll, Marianne?
I sure do. I think it's real great. And I disagree with him, even though he is my partner, but I just think it's great.
I can't disagree with her. It's not that bad. It's the singers that are bad. I mean, the music itself isn't...
The singers are bad? How do you determine whether a singer is good or bad?
Number one, and most important, he should stay on key, which rules out 90% of the singers today. Or reasonably on key.
You mean they're all flat?
Flat, sharp. I've heard singers that never did find a key.
How would you classify me as a singer? Good or bad or indifferent or
let me give you the 3 points. Can you stay on key? Can you recite an intelligible lyric? Is there a pleasant sound emanating from the record?
Could you rephrase the question, leaving out that part?
With all 3 parts?
About a pleasant sound? This little conversation with you has been most revealing. I'd like to continue, but we know you want to win some money. Now, you selected hit songs of the 30s. Now, Jack Meekum will play some tunes, and you name them. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. You ought to be pretty good at this, listen.
That was before my time, the 30s.
You mean there are no songs now around that are part of the 30s?
Well, I should think most of the good ones that are left are...
All right. Well, you identify this one. Play, Jack. What is it?
You're driving me crazy.
Well, thanks, loads.
You have one right.
What is this big hit of the 30s? What is it?
Everything I have is yours.
Wouldn't it be great if that were true?
You now have 2 right.
See if you remember this one, Mr. Meekin. Hit it.
Sophisticated lady.
That's right. Sophisticated lady is absolutely right.
You're almost there. You have 3 right. Get the next one right, and you'll have $1,000.
Now then, what is the name of this big hit? That's the way Ethel Merman does it.
I got rhythm.
You got more than that, kid.
You got $1,000, as a matter of fact.
Well, now you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over and sit down and think about it. No matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Well, thank you very much.
It's
a pleasure.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
So long. Have a nice trip.
Don't forget the phone.
Wherever you're planning to go this time of year, go first by long distance. These people, for instance, have the right idea.
Hello?
Helen?
Oh, hello, Tom. Where are you?
Still at home. We leave in the morning. Just wanted to double check our plans.
Now, George and I meet you at the lake around 7, don't we?
Right. Oh, incidentally, we found even a nicer place to stay than the one Mary wrote you about. Called them long distance a couple of nights ago.
You, too, can use long distance to make your weekends and other trips more carefree and relaxing. It's the quick, easy way to make reservations, call friends you plan to visit, and also to check on things at home while you're away. Why not call now, while long-distance rates are lowest? Remember, whenever, wherever you go, go first by Long Distance.
Groucho, we have Yolanda Colombo and Charlie Fox on deck, so won't you in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. Charlie Fox and Yolanda Colombo, eh? Yolanda, how old are you?
25.
25. Are you married?
No.
You're not married, huh? Are you interested in matrimony?
Well, yes and no.
Well, what have you got against it?
Nothing. It's just one of those things. You never find the right man, you know.
You expect to find the right man?
I hope so.
There is no such thing as the right man.
Well.
Take what you can get. Odds and ends, that's
okay.
all. Where are you from, Yolanda?
From one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Where?
Rome, Italy.
Now, what are you doing over here in addition to looking for a wealthy man?
I'm a tourist.
Oh, a tourist?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of us as a tourist?
Well, I think this is a beautiful country and a free country.
A free country?
Yes.
In what way is this a free country, Yolanda?
Well, everybody likes, for instance, they're free to do what they like to, you know. In a certain extent, anyway.
Can I do anything I like?
Of course.
Kiss me, you fool. Yolanda, if I did everything I wanted to do, next week this show would be coming to you direct from Alcatraz.
You know.
Nice, eh?
Sure.
I'll get back to you in a minute, Yolanda. You're Charlie Fox, huh?
That's right, Groucho.
Where are you from, Charlie?
I'm a native of California. I was born right here in...
You're a naked California?
No, Groucho, I'm a native of California.
Oh, you're a native of
yes,
California.
You don't find very many native Californians nowadays. They're pretty hard to find.
Yeah, and a good thing, too. How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 30 years young.
30 years young. Well, you look about 70. What do you attribute this to, inflation?
Well, Groucho, I think I'm in pretty good shape.
I prefer her shape, if Well, what makes you think you're in such good shape?
Well, Groucho, I live right, and I eat right, and I breathe right, and I exercise right.
Doesn't everybody breathe right? Let's take this one at a time. How do you eat right? Are you right-handed?
No, I'm ambidextrous, really.
Oh, really?
Yes. Live on natural foods, foods that bite back, that have life in them, that are...
What do you mean? What do you eat? What do you eat? Live leopards?
No, Groucho. I eat foods that are alive, like alfalfa and sunflower seeds and fruits and vegetables.
You mean sunflower seeds bite back?
Yes, they certainly do. Have you ever eaten sunflower seeds?
Oh, I'd be afraid. You say you eat alfalfa?
Yes.
Where do you get this stuff?
Well, I usually go where the cows go, out in the pasture.
And then you get on your hands and knees?
That's right.
Now, Charlie, are you pulling my leg?
No, Groucho.
Yolanda, is he pulling your leg?
I don't think so.
Imagine taking a girl out to dinner and winding up in a field and just...
Well, it's inexpensive.
You'll never see her again, I'll tell you. What else do you do to keep healthy? Do you exercise?
Groucho, I believe in exercising every day. In fact, I have been standing on my head since I've been 10 years old.
You mean those are your feet up there? I thought you looked rather peculiar. Now, come on now, get back to normal. How long do you spend on your head?
Well,
you say you stand on your head. How long?
Well, about 2 or 3 minutes every day, although I do hold the unofficial world's record for standing on my head 13 and a half minutes. There's another gentleman that holds a more official world's record, but he's an Indian faker, and he hasn't come down from the mountains yet. Just a rumor.
Well, then you're all set, then, huh? I mean, you have nothing to worry about.
That's right.
As long as he stays up there. Well, this is an unexpected honor. We don't often have a world champion up here. Do you think if you tried it right now, you could establish perhaps a new world's record?
Well, Groucho,
I have a watch here.
I'd be delighted.
You would?
There's only one thing. I need a little room, Groucho.
All right. We'll get you a little room as soon as the show's over, huh? Is that all right?
This is perfect, Groucho.
All right.
Terrific.
You're certainly easily satisfied. Charlie, can you hear me down there?
Groucho, you're coming in fine.
Now tell me, why is standing on your head so healthy?
Well, Groucho, when you stand on your head, you get all that fresh blood up to your brain, and that's very important.
What else does this do for you, this standing on your head?
Well, Groucho, in this hustle and bustle of modern day living...
You wear a bustle, too? What else does this do for you, sonny boy?
Well, as I was starting to say, in this modern day of living with everyone...
yes, this is a tense world we're
living in. That's right. Well, this relaxes you.
Yeah.
You have a chance to take inventory of yourself, to try to be a better person, to help humanity. And,
it's a great place to help humanity.
Well, and
You're
also...
certainly in a great spot if somebody drops a bomb. You'll be the last one out of Los Angeles. Charlie, pardon me, I want to talk to your partner some more. You keep on standing there. Huh? Now, who knows? Tonight, right on our stage, you may crack the world's record for pineapple upside-down cake. Now, Yolanda, what do you think of Humpty Dumpty here?
Well, I think he's very interesting, very charming.
You hear that, Charlie?
And very healthy.
Yeah. Charlie, you're a very interesting fellow. Would you marry this girl here?
Groucho, unfortunately, I'm already married.
You're already married?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yolanda, that he's married. However, that's the way it goes. All the real good ones have already been hooked. Okay, Charlie, on your feet. Yolanda's no longer interested. I hate to break up this little get-together, but I have to hurry home and have my head examined. So let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, you selected cities and small towns of the United States. I'll give you 4 cities or towns in a particular state, and you identify the state. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Ready? In what state are Yuba City, Oroville, Santa Rosa, and Santa Cruz?
That's California, Groucho.
You're right for the first time. Now, Tuscaloosa, Double Springs, Andalusia, and Tuskegee, what state?
Alabama.
Tuskegee, that's right, Alabama.
You now have 2 right.
All right, Jefferson City, Sedalia, Hannibal, and Springfield are in what state? Jefferson City, Sedalia, Hannibal, and Springfield. What state?
Missouri.
Right. Now you got 3 right.
Yes.
You're going right through this. Now, New Haven, Coventry, Gildersleeve, and Gilead.
Connecticut.
Connecticut is right.
You got
$1,000.
$1,000.
Now you win $1,000. You can keep it in trade, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show. Now then,
we'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
That yawn can result from long, boring hours behind the wheel. It's a danger signal that calls for no doze. Driving and dozing just don't mix. Take No Doze, the safe stay-awake tablet. This friendly stimulant will help keep you and your family safe. Non-habit forming, too. Get No Doze stay-awake tablets.
Driving?
Drowsy? Stay awake, take No Doze. It could save your life.
No Doze tablets.
Get proved mileage economy. Get Mobil Gas Special, the new car gasoline. You're miles ahead with Mobil.
And now, George, what's the story on the big question?
Well, our last couple, Charlie Fox and his partner, decided to keep their $1,000 and not go for the big money. However, I believe our first couple has a different decision, so Marianne Gaba and Roger Beck, will you come out again, please?
You've won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
Well, we came here with nothing. I guess we might as well walk away with nothing.
You came here with plenty, kid. You are going for the big money.
Yes.
Now get together and pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin the wheel. Now remember, if any number besides the one you picked comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth $10,000.
We pick number 1.
Number 1, well, turn it.
We would have never picked 5.
Your number was 1, and it came up 5, so this question is worth $2,000, right?
Right.
Now, the first book of the Old Testament is Genesis. For $2,000, tell me the last book of the Old Testament. What's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
Psalms?
Well, that's better than not saying anything. It's Malachi. Sorry you missed it, but you wind up with 500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Best of Groucho is transcribed in Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see The Best of Groucho on NBC TV every Thursday night. The Best of Groucho is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, the program designed to help you design a more beautiful home. Tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we approach the small house halfway up in the next block now, and here on the front porch we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook, swinging gently in the swing. The gentlemen arrived home from office in Baseball Diamond only a few minutes ago, and they're chatting idly about various unimportant matters. We hear Rush say,
"Nobody can say for a fact oranges are more delicious than bananas, can they?"
No.
Well, Nicer Scott said it for a fact.
Did you paste one upside the snoosh?
No, but I felt like it. Baboon. Oranges are more delicious than bananas, he says. Any half-wit knows that. Smelly Clark took him up on it. "Look here, chum," he says. "You go ahead and like oranges. I'll go ahead and like bananas. As far
Who's
as
in the living room? Burglars?
Hi.
Where you been?
Next door.
Scott's?
Donahue's.
I was worried sick. Felt it in my bones that you'd run away with the brickmush man and got married.
Uh-huh.
I'm still trembling a little.
Yeah. What's his name find you, Willie?
Yeah, we made connections over in Tapman's vacant lot.
Well, he certainly raised an awful holler in the backyard after you left this noon. Rush, rush, rush! I went out and shushed him out. Mr. Donahue had just come in off in a Kansas City freight drag and was in bed trying to sleep.
He's got an awful loud voice on him, that guy.
I'll say. I tell you, your mother scolded him?
Uh-uh.
Well, I did. You'll have to quit that yelling, I says. The man next door wants to sleep. Rush isn't home.
Who are you talking about?
What's his name? You know. Sonny, wouldn't you like to sit on the railing and let Mother have the swing?
Well, there's room for 3.
Oh, not without crowding in like sardines.
Shucks, I was here first.
Do you want me to perch myself up on the railing?
Okay.
Big news from next door.
Really?
Mr. Donahue went to work. Oh, thanks, Willie. I said this was a rotten, skimpy porch swing when we first bought it.
What did Brother Donahue go to work and do?
Something I bet nobody else ever done in the last 9 million years.
You intrigue me.
He asked the railroad company to give him his old job back.
Go on.
Here he is, the monstrous, big, important traveling inspector of locomotives. And he sent an application in to the officials requesting they let him go back to being an ordinary engineer like he was before his promotion.
I want to know.
Astonishing?
Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap once found himself in a situation.
I'm telling something, Rush. Think of the salary part.
He'll return to his old salary, eh?
Of course.
Well, quit keeping a fella in suspense. I'm on needles and pins to learn why he
couldn't stand the gaff.
Oh.
Simply couldn't stand the gaff.
Well, I'm surprised. I thought being traveling inspector of locomotives was a lot easier job than running an engine. No?
No, you can't sit down.
Traveling inspector of locomotives can't sit down?
Traveling inspector of locomotives can't sit down. He has to stand up. There's only 2 seats in an engine cab, see? One for the engineer and one for the fireman.
Oh.
Well, imagine riding to Kansas City or Chicago or St. Louis. 4, 5, and 6-hour trips standing on your feet and hanging on to something to keep from being tossed out on the railroad tracks besides.
Mm-hmm.
For months and months and months, Mr. Donahue's poor feet have been absolutely killing him. She told me. She said he'd come in off on a freight drag so exhausted he could hardly speak. Worn to a frazzle and haggard as a horse. I think I've noticed he's been looking older since he got promoted.
In line with your remark, Mom.
But it was hard for him to make up his mind to quit, though. Seemed like such a childish reason to quit. I quit because I got no place to sit down. On top of that, he didn't have to wear overalls. He was a huge, big, important traveling inspector of locomotives. A fine position. Railroad men looked up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the salary. Fella don't want to go back to a smaller salary when he can have a larger salary. But Mr. Donahue's made up his mind. He'll take his overalls back and his little salary back and be happy.
Well, doggone it, you'd think the engineers and firemen would let him sit in their seat once in a while.
Well, it's not done that way, I guess. Traveling inspector of locomotives is supposed to stay on his feet and watch the different gauges and meters and levers and stuff. Well, think of standing on your feet from here to Kansas City in a swaying, lurching freight engine. Person has to hold on good and tight to the tender for whatever it is in order not to get thrown right out on the railroad tracks. And Mr. Donahue remembers no chicken. Of course, he's not old or anything, but he's worked hard all his life and has to take it a little easier anymore. Too bad, in a way. Too bad.
Mom, every once in a while, a fireman on an engine has to shovel coal. I should think when he got up to shovel coal, Mr. Donahue could grab his seat.
Well, it's not done that way, I guess. Traveling inspector of locomotives is supposed to have dignity. It's up to him to keep on his feet.
Oh.
Tell you another bad thing, Vic, about this good situation he wants to give up.
What's that?
Clothes.
Clothes?
Ordinary engineers wear overalls. Overalls don't show dirt so much, and a fella can wear them several trips without washing them. Traveling inspector of locomotives don't wear overalls. Wears a regular suit, coat, pants, and vest. Also a shirt. See, he's more or less the boss and has to put up a neat appearance. Well, sir, Miss Donahue says you should see his clothes after a run. Even a little dinky run up to Joliet, and his shirt is black as my shoe, and his suit is so full of smoke and soot and grime, you'd think it was a gunny sack. Well, his clothes have to be sent to the cleaners, of course, and I guess the bills they pay that cleaner every month would knock your eye out. You've seen Mr. Donahue come home from the roundhouse after a trip, haven't you?
Sure.
Look like a hobo?
You people talking about hobos. Willis Rohrbeck claims he got so dirty one time, innocent bystanders were
There's
shot.
no sense in putting your feet up on that pillar. Only makes ugly scratches on the paint. Besides, you're liable to fall off the rail and break your neck. Sit civilized. It's just too bad. Here's a fella that worked himself up to a fine, wonderful position with a dandy salary and everything else, and then has to hand it back on the silver platter. They had plans for that extra money, too. Thought they might even have enough saved by a year from this fall to build a house out on Oakland Avenue. Well, that plan will go up the flue, of course. Take them 5 years at Mr. Donahue's other salary to accumulate what's required.
How does Miss Donahue feel about her husband's decision?
Well, she's disappointed, naturally. But at the same time, she don't want to take chances on his health. Wonderful little woman, Miss Donahue.
Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap dearly loves to reminisce.
What say about them feet?
Oh, by George, unconsciously I put my
them
feet
down
up.
Again. Tell you another bad thing, Vic, about this good job.
What's that?
Mr. Donahue loses out on jolly fellowship with his friends.
How so?
Well, mainly because he's the boss.
Oh.
Well, you take it when he makes a trip to St. Louis, for instance.
Yeah?
At the end of the run, the fireman and the engineer go to a restaurant patronized by railroad men.
Uh-huh.
Well, Mr. Donahue, of course, goes along. All right. They go inside the eating place, and the other two fellas sit at the counter. Well, Mr. Donahue ain't supposed to sit at the counter. He's traveling inspector of locomotives. Dignity, see? He has to take a table, all by himself. Counter is crowded with brakemen and engineers and firemen and flagmen and so on, all laughing and talking and having a high old time. All friends of Mr. Donahue, too. He'd love to join them, but he can't. He has to sit at his table with the white cover on it and watch everybody enjoy themselves. Day after day, that business. St. Louis, Kansas City, Chicago, Joliet, Alton, Peoria, every place. Well, Miss Donahue told me it almost breaks his heart. So, when you add everything up, it looks like the wisest thing to do after all. Too bad, though.
Yeah.
Too bad.
You people might be interested to hear that Leland Richards
Oh, we have
playing.
to have groceries, Polly.
Okay, Leland
Let's
Richards.
go in the house and see what we need.
Okay, Leland Richards
You going to
playing.
stay out here, Vic?
Might as well.
Oh, don't make any noise, will you?
Why would I make noise?
Well, it's getting along for 5 o'clock. Pretty soon people will be walking past from work, and you'll be hollering hello to them.
Well?
Holler soft or just wave. Mr. Donahue's trying to sleep, and he's dead tired. He can only stay in bed till 10, and then he has to ride a freight drag to Jacksonville. Holler soft to the people that go past. Or just wave. Will you?
Okay.
Well, let's hop to the kitchen, Willie, and see what we have to have from the grocery store.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Ida Lupino. Huh? Oh, yeah, gorgeous. He's got him why she needs him. Yeah, what the English would refer to as a ripping tomato. Yeah, she's got histrionic talent, too. Huh? Histrionic talent. Duffy, remember how Gypsy Rose Lee used to pack him in at the 14th Street Burlesque? Well, histrionic talent is when a dame can do that with her clothes on. Lupino, she's been an actress ever since she was a little trike. Huh? Yeah, her family's been in the acting racket for over 500 years. Huh? Even before Eddie Cantor. What am I doing? I'm dramatizing my book, Duffy's First Reader for the movies. Huh? Well, I want to get it done in a hurry, Duffy, before the book becomes a classic. Huh? A classic. You know, that stuff in little print with no pictures that nobody reads. Yeah, that's a classic. Well, Duffy, I'll call you back. Okay.
Mr. Archer.
Yeah, Eddie?
You remember the fellow what sent in one of them new silver pennies instead of a dime for your book?
Yeah, Brooke.
Yeah, he returned the book. He wants his penny back.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe 10 cents is too much for the book. You know?
Oh, no. The price is low enough.
You think that price is low enough, huh?
Yeah, that's low enough. It's just the book ain't worth it.
And pray, how do you know? Did you read it?
Did you read it?
I wrote it.
That's why I didn't read it.
Fine friends you are. Can't spend a dime for one lousy book. Just wait till Paramount buys it.
Duffy's First Reader will be Paramount's last picture.
Eddie, don't be so skeptic. Wait until you see Ida Lupino in my picture.
Ida Lupino?
Certainly, I'm considering her for the part.
Who you going to consider after she turns it down?
Okay, forget it, Eddie. I'm a jerk. Okay, Eddie, I'm a jerk.
Okay.
At least we agree on something. Let me tell you that this story is bound to make a great picture. You know, it's about love.
Love. I hate love.
Miss Duffy, you of all people rapping Cupid.
What does it mean, love? I curse the day I ever whistled at a fella.
What's the matter? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder?
Archie, do not mention the name Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder in the same breath with mine.
That much wind I ain't got. But what did he do to you?
He's a faithless two-timer.
Oh, other girls, hmm?
Sunday, another girl. Monday, another girl. Tuesday, another girl. Thursday, another girl.
What happened Wednesday?
I had a date.
Duffy, you give a guy sauce for the goose, he's gonna go out and take a gander.
But he kissed those ganders goodnight.
Oh, didn't you kiss your date goodnight?
Purely for patriotic reasons. He was a sailor.
You mean you wouldn't have kissed him if he was a civilian?
Only if he was a citizen of the United States.
Or if he had his first papers. Now, let me alone, Miss Duffy, please.
Hello,
What's the matter, Finnegan? You look bloated.
I'm full of soup. I've been eating soup all day.
Soup? Why?
I'm collecting empty tin cans for the salvage drive.
Finnegan, couldn't you think of any other way of doing it?
I tried another way, Arch, but the tuna fish like Jester is bad.
Finnegan, how much of the stuff did you eat?
Only my quota, 30 cans.
Well, it's very patriotic, Finnegan, but you know what government really needs these tin cans.
As I understand it, they are endeavoring to obtain the labels to relieve the paper shortage.
They want the tin to make into the steel. And you know what steel becomes after it is molten.
Tuna fish.
Look, Finnegan, the thing to do is to take the tins, clean them, flatten them out, then the government takes them and they melt them, they smelt them, and then they turn them into munitions.
They should have smelt them after the tuna fish were done.
Tried to save all our tin cans for you, then.
Oh, thanks very much, Jack. Say, by the way, I hear you wrote a book.
Yes, I did.
That seems kind of silly. Ain't it cheaper to buy one?
Miss Duffy, will you stop worrying about Breckenbridge? How come you never made a pass at our crooner, Johnny Johnson, by the way?
And what is there about him to interest me?
Well, he's wearing your favorite costume, pants.
He ain't bad looking.
Yeah, and he ain't married. Just your type.
Mr. Johnston.
Yeah?
A man with your looks, why is it you stay single?
Well, Miss Duffy, why do you stay single?
That is aside to the point. I should think you could find, say, some nice girl, say, a nice, really pretty girl, say, one whose father owns this place.
Miss Duffy, your father owns this place.
Johnny, is this a proposal?
No.
Well, you'll have to give me time to think it over. Go ahead and say.
I heard you cried last night, and I know why. I heard you cried last night, and so did I. Why did you make us part? I'm so alone. Why did you take my heart? You didn't want it for your own. And if you hadn't cared to make amends, I might have never dared. We'd be just friends. So calm your fears, dry your tears, kiss the boy you adore. Now you can smile tonight and cry no more. And
just friends. So calm your fears and dry your tears. Come kiss the boy you adore. Now you can smile tonight and cry no
Great, Johnson. Really great.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, that was beautiful. By the way, do you happen to know a song called Oh, Promise Me?
Pay no attention to her, Johnny. She's a little Cupid stupid. Hey, wait a minute. Ain't that idol of peanut coming in? Yeah. Well, Miss Lapino, we bid you bon voyage to Duffy.
Thank you, Duffy.
Duffy?
Well, aren't you Duffy?
Perish forbid. My name is Archie. I'm the manager here. How do you like the place?
Very interesting. Who desecrated it?
We desecrated it ourselves. Part of it in honor of you, by the way. Observed the little English flag stuck in every dill pickle.
Well, I'm glad to see that the Union Jack still rules the bride, eh?
Yeah, I agree with you. You see, we tried to make the place look like a ye olde.
A what?
You know, ye olde. Ye old inn, ye old coffee house.
You want to get rid of some of this ye old air.
Miss Lapino, this air is air conditioned.
Yes, but I've never seen air in quite this condition.
Well, the furnace has to be raked. You know, as the old English would say, there is not enough smoke going up the chutney. Pardon us, sit you doing, lass? Would you care for tuppence of tea?
We generally say spot of tea.
Spotted, huh? Well, if you want to be sloppy about it. Tell me, would you like your tea with or without tippins?
Oh, always with tippins.
Okay, Eddie, 2 tippins. And slice them.
And while we're waiting for the tippins, may I have a cup of tea?
Well, of course. Pray allow me to dip the bag. Would you care for some cream?
Yes, please.
Well, we ain't got none. You'll have to take Hajimai's note.
Well, that's better than pasturated.
Pasturated? What some English do to their own language? In the meantime, would you care for a little snack?
Well, don't you think we ought to eat first?
Okay. Eddie, fill me a flounder, please.
Dinner flounder coming up.
Well, that sounds appetizing. Oh.
What's the matter?
This fillet looks rather unusual.
You see, Eddie, I told you. When you fill your fish, that's the part you throw away.
You can believe me, of that fish, you still got the best part.
Oh, quiet, Eddie. Now, Ida, about my book, Duffy's First Reader, you know.
Oh, yes, your book. What's it about?
Well, it's a story of my life, my biology.
You mean your autobiology?
Autobiology is what you write after you are dead.
Well, I was a little ahead of you.
Yeah. Well, here. Take a look at the book. Read some of the funny stuff, the cracks.
In marriage, you start off with an armful and wind up with a roomful.
Clever stuff, huh?
No old coward will kill himself.
Well, who cares? The writing field is too crowded already. Besides, my stuff has sort of a cowardly touch. Now, Ida, what I'd like you to play in the screen version of this book.
Oh, dear. I know I'm going to wake up in a minute and it'll all be over.
Look, this is a breakbeat. You know, you've been making them paid pictures for a long time, ain't you? Stick with me and you'll be up there making B's.
Well, how can I turn it down? How can I turn it down?
Well, listen, you can stand a good peak picture.
What about billing?
Billing? We'll charge everything to the studio that buys it.
Archie, how will our names appear on the screen?
How will our names appear? Well, I'm willing to be fair about it. We'll make it in alphabetical order.
But your name begins with an A.
What a coincidence.
Well, shake hands with Aida Lupino.
Okay. Well, now leave us run through this conversation. Eddie, McDuffie, hey, Bunzel.
Yes?
Bunzel, I want you to be the guy who describes all the stuff that happens, you know?
Oh, you mean the narrator? Will my face appear on the screen?
Well, that I don't know about. You see, this picture may be in Technicolor and with your complexion.
Why, what's the matter with my complexion?
Harry, Green has gone to war.
Archie.
Yeah, Ida.
Do you think this atrocity will make a picture?
Look, they made a love story out of the life of Henry VIII. His whole life, he only had 6 dames. With me, that's a slow Saturday night. So don't worry about it. Now, everybody set with their parts? Right. Okay, Weston, ready with the orchestra?
Right.
Okay, quiet on location. Action, camera, roll the sets. Take it, narrator.
We take great pleasure in presenting a preview of that great screen story, This is the Archie. A story adapted from the book, Duffy's First Reader. The first reel of this picture is based on an incident on page 19. Quote, "The well-groomed lover is usually well-dressed." Unquote. Reel 1, a fashionable suburb in the heart of London.
Good morrow, dear lady.
Well, if it isn't Beau Archie, the bum Brummel. Come in.
It is a lovely morning, dear lady. I've come to take you riding on the hounds.
Oh, what a beautiful riding habit you're wearing. Are those new jodhoppers?
Quick! Set me back a moon and sixpence. But you know me, always piscatorially perfect.
Somebody throw him a fish.
Ida, stay in a strip, please.
Oh, Beau Archie, there's a reporter here from the Zip Fashion Weekly who wishes to interview you.
Oh, where is the reporter?
Hello, could you give me a statement on
haberdashery?
Yeah, that's right, haberdashery.
Well, haberdashery should always blend. A loud tie should always be worn with a loud chirp. Quiet tie, quiet chirp. Soft tie, soft chirp. No tie, waistcoat.
What his lordship means, sir, is that the trick is not to avoid nothing vulgar.
Correct, me dear Draper Trotter.
Oh, what a lucky bride am I to have the best-dressed man in England choose my torso.
Our author knew the value of clothes to the lover, but not only clothes. Again, page 19, quote, "If you are going to be a successful lover, you got to spend dough. Remember the Chinese saying, 1 buck is worth 1,000 words." Reel 2, a expensive cocktail lounge.
peanut.
Thank you. It was so sweet of you to buy me these orchids. Frightfully expensive, weren't they?
Tush. What does 60 bob mean to me?
Gad, what a spender.
Right. Gargoyle.
Yes, sir?
A case of bubbly. And, Gargoyle, bring me the check. Oh, please, Gwendolyn, this one's on me. You bought the last round. What is the damage, Gargoyle?
95 tuppence.
95 tuppence, eh? Here you are, 95, 96, 97. Oh, kill the buck.
Thank you, Playboy.
Gwendolyn, tonight I'm going to kiss you good night.
Archie, that's so sweet of you. But I think you've done enough for me already.
And now our author turns to, quote, the choosing of a mate, unquote. The man of perspicacity will be as patriculous of choosing his mate as he will his underwear. Real free, the home of a very wealthy English chateau. He is sitting alone with his daughter.
Oh, Mater.
Yes, my darling daughter.
I'm so lonely. So lonely.
Okay, I'll go.
Oh, I'm so lonely. If only heaven would send me a dream man. Who are you?
Heaven sent me.
Heaven could have waited.
I don't know our blips, please. Good evening, lovely lady.
My, you're a handsome man.
You are very observant, and you too, fair lady, are beautiful.
Who are you, fair stranger? What is thy name of you?
I am a nobody. Just call me Sir Lockenvachi. What? The curfew. I must carry out. I must needs catch the 9 o'clock tram.
Oh, no. No, you can't. You mustn't. I'll kill myself. What will become of me and my father's $54 billion?
I'm sorry, but... How much did you say your old man had?
$54 billion.
There must be a later tram.
So we see with what patriculosity our hero chose his mate. And now...
Wait a minute, Harry. Listen, Ida, where are you going? Don't you like this picture?
Well, Archie, I think it's a little too serious. You see, today Hollywood wants escapist pictures.
Escapist pictures, huh? Well, how do we do that?
Well, I'm using the fire escape. You're on your own. Good night.
Wait a minute. Oh, this is horrible. No.
And now on page 19, we will show you why our hero never lost a dame.
Oh, shut up, Harry.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up.
This rebroadcast of Duffy's Tavern was produced in the United States of America.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Christmas will be here in a few days, and Chester A. Riley is in a jovial pre-holiday mood. As we look in on him, he's gleefully outlining his plans for the big day to Babs and Junior.
Yes, sir, kids, it'll be a great day. And afterwards, we'll eat a big Christmas dinner, and then we'll go visiting. We'll visit all our friends who gave us presents and thank them, and then we'll visit those who didn't give us presents and give them their last chance to come through. There's nothing like Christmas, eh, kids?
Pop, you have to go through the same old routine every year.
And that... Well, just what do you mean by that remark?
Well, nothing, only... Well, can't we go away somewhere over Christmas?
Go away? Leave our home on Christmas?
Why not, Daddy? We could go to Lake Arrowhead. They're skiing and...
I'm shocked. I'm speechless.
Well, what's the matter now, dear?
Hey, you know what they're saying, those children of yours?
Oh, now they're my children.
They want to go away for Christmas. Leave our home. That's the thanks I get for giving birth to them.
Oh, now they're your children. Well, they're just talking. Jeepers, Daddy, you'd think we said something horrible.
Yeah, some gratitude. I work like a dog, day in, day out, slaving to provide a nice home for you kids. The least you could do for me is to spend Christmas in here, in the home I bought for you.
Pop, you don't own this house.
Well, all right, don't do it for me. Do it for the Bank of America.
Oh, now, Riley, they didn't mean any harm.
Okay, but believe me, it hurts to think my own kids don't appreciate their home.
But we do, Daddy, honestly.
The home that I created with working and planning. Why, there's part of me in every room.
You're so right, dear. I wish you wouldn't leave your clothes all over the house.
Well, I'm sorry. Junior will pick them up later. You kids don't know how lucky you are. You don't know what it feels like not to have a roof over your head. But your mother and me know, don't we, Peg?
Do we? I'll never forget our first Christmas after we were married.
No, let me tell them. You see, I didn't have a job, so I had to swallow my pride and move in with my outlaws.
Pop, you mean in-laws.
To me, they'll always be outlaws.
Now, Riley.
Now, let me tell it my way. Well, there we were, living on charity.
Why, Riley.
Well, that's what your father said it was. Day in and day out, that old, your mother's father would nag at me. Nag. Why don't you get a job? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? I remember one night, just before Christmas. So
Supper ready, Peggy?
Well, yes, Papa, but Chester isn't home yet.
I don't see why I have to go hungry just because that good-for-nothing husband of yours.
Papa, please don't start that again.
When is that chiseler going to get a job?
Well, give him a chance. He's looking for one. You're not being fair to Chester.
Fair? He doesn't want to work. Yesterday I talked to Harry Arkham. They're offering him a job at Coney Island. Why did he turn it down?
Well, I made him. I won't have people throwing baseballs at my husband's head.
Well, I'm sure the baseballs don't like it either.
Hello, Peggy.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Hello, Mr. Barker, sir. I'm sorry I was late. Oh.
What's the matter, Chester?
I got an awful headache.
Oh, Chester, you took that job at Coney Island.
No, I've just been walking so much.
Oh, you poor dear. Shall I get you an aspirin?
Yeah. Put it on a piece of bread. I'm hungry, too.
Well, we'll eat in just a minute. Any luck today, Chester?
No, nothing. But maybe there'll be something in the want ads tonight. I'll just take a look and... may I look at your paper, Mr. Barker? Thank you. Mr. Barker, I brought you something.
Oh?
Oh, what, Chester?
It's out in the hall. Yeah. You see?
That's a big package.
Yeah. I heard you say you wanted a Christmas wreath for the front door, so I got you one. Here.
Oh, Chester, it's simply beautiful. Take it, Papa.
It's very,
You're welcome.
You see, Papa, Chester does think of you.
Nice wreath. Big. I don't think I've ever seen a wreath as big as this. Why, you...
Well, Papa, what's wrong?
Look what it says on the back of this wreath. Gone but not forgotten.
Chester, why did you buy a wreath like that?
Oh, I didn't buy it. I got it free from Digger Odell, the undertaker.
Why, you good-for-nothing, giving me a wreath from a funeral parlor.
But it's not the wreath that counts. It's the thought behind it.
You're nothing but a lazy, shiftless loafer.
Oh, Papa, please. Oh, don't mind Papa Chester. He says terrible things, but he really likes you underneath.
Well, that goes for me, too. I like your father underneath. That's why I gave him a wreath.
Oh, stop your soft soup. If you had any character, you wouldn't be scrounging here on charity and go out and make a living for your wife.
I'm not going to stand here and be insulted. I'm leaving.
Go ahead, leave.
Let me finish. I'm leaving as soon as I find a job.
Alibis. Always alibis. You're lazy, shiftless, and you're a born sponge.
One of these days, your father's going to say something that I resent. You know, I'm very sensitive. Peggy, you're crying.
Oh, Chester, I just can't stand the way you and Papa are always fighting.
Well, don't worry, Peg. It won't be forever. I promise this Christmas we'll be in our own apartment. I swear it.
Oh, Chester, be practical. Christmas is the day after tomorrow. You haven't even got a job.
Well, I'll get one. Have a little confidence in me. Gee, you'd think a guy's own wife would have a little confidence in him.
Oh, but I do have confidence in you. I know you'll make good. You're sweet and ambitious and honest, and you have brains.
Well, you don't have to go that far. Just have confidence.
Oh, my goodness. We have to make another payment on our furniture tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Only I didn't even get any odd jobs today, so I'm broke. Could you please lend me the $1 for the payment tonight, Peg?
Oh, certainly, dear. Here, take $2.
Oh, no. You know my rule. I never borrow more than $1 from you, and I always pay it right back with the next $1 I make.
All right. Here's $1.
Thanks. That makes $88 I owe you. Well, here's this week's $1, Mr. Strauss.
Yes, thank you. And here's your receipt, Mr. Riley.
Is our furniture still in the showroom?
Yes, still there. But, Mr. Riley, you've been looking at it for 88 weeks. Why don't you have it delivered to your home? It's yours, you know.
Well, yes, we know, Mr.
Oh,
Strauss.
we'll have you deliver it before Christmas, for sure.
Fine.
Come on, Peggy, let's go see our furniture, huh?
Oh, it's so embarrassing, Chester, keeping our furniture here this long.
Well, don't worry, Dumpler. We'll take it the minute we get our apartment, as soon as I get a job, as soon as the depression's over.
There it is, Chester.
Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, look at that. What nerve.
What is it?
That guy there in pajamas lying in our bed. Hey, get out of there, you.
Oh, Chester, that's a dummy in our bed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Lucky dummy. Gee, I can just see myself there in his place.
Oh, Chester, you've just got to get a job.
Well, don't worry, Dumplin', I will. I'm going to go buy tomorrow morning's paper right now and follow up every ad in it.
That's the way to talk, Donnie.
Yes, sir. My head's made up. From this minute on, I'm going to be independent and not depend on nobody for nothing. Peg, let me 2 cents for a paper. I just got to get a job. Oh, here we are. Bookkeeper, cook. I can't cook. Model wanted. Must have beautiful figure, size 36 hips. Parisian Corset Company. Just my luck. I got 38 hips. Oh, this is help female. Oh, here we are. Male. Barber. Chauffeur. Business executive will pay very high salary to expert driver. Apply Hotel Smedley, room 203, high salary. Oh, boy, that's for me.
Hello? Yes, this is room 203. Okay, come on up. That was some cluck who fell for our ad. Put your coat on, Spider. You don't want him to see your holster.
I don't like it, Duke. I don't see how it can work.
Look, I'll explain it to you for the last time. How many bank jobs did we pull last year?
3, but...
And what happens? 3 times we got a monkey behind the wheel who gets nervous and blows before we're ready for the getaway.
Well, how do we know the monkey we get through this ad won't get nervous?
Because when he's sitting outside the Third National Bank, he won't know it's a stick-up. He'll think we're in there transacting some business.
I don't like it. I was brought up like this here. When you rob a bank, do it legitimate.
We'll do it my way, Spider.
Okay, Duke. Only you think we can find a jerk dumb enough for this here setup?
We'll soon find out. Come in.
Good evening, Mr.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. Is the job still open?
Yes, it's still open. Sit down, Mr.
Riley. Chester Riley.
You a good driver, Riley?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Just the man you'll need. I never go more than 20 miles an hour.
Well, on this job, you might have to. You see, sometimes we have to go places in a hurry for business reasons.
Oh, well, I can speed, too. What business are you in, kind sir, if I might be so crude?
Finance, banking, you might say.
Oh, banking. I know all about debunkers and the fiscal fiduciary.
What?
Fiscal fiduciary?
I like the way this man talks.
Yeah, just the type we've been hoping for.
Riley, the job's yours.
Oh, thanks.
Be here tomorrow, too, Riley. I'll have the car here, and you'll drive me to the bank just before it closes.
Yes, sir. I'll be... and the salary?
$100 a week.
100? Oh, bless you, bless you, bless you.
Okay, Riley, stop kissing my hand.
Room. Well, Peg, how do you like it?
Oh, Chester, it's a beautiful apartment. Isn't it lovely, Papa? Oh, I can hardly believe it. Everything happened so fast. Yesterday we didn't have a thing, and now you got a wonderful job.
Yeah, and what a job. 100 smackers a week.
And we got this gorgeous apartment, and we'll have our furniture this afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, Papa, you ought to apologize for all those mean things you said to Chester.
I accept your apology.
Now, Papa, you apologize right.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I was wrong about you. Looks like you're going to make good after all, son.
Son? Peg, did you hear? He called me son. Oh, Papa!
Well, I've got to get down to my office now. You too, I suppose. That's Jester?
Oh, no, not me. Not until 2 this afternoon. Banker's hours, you know.
Well, I better run along.
Goodbye, Papa.
Goodbye. Oh, here's your paper, son.
Thanks, Papa, darling.
Oh, Chester, that's not our paper.
Well, yes, it is. I told the boy to start delivering. I want to get domesticated fast.
Oh, It'll be wonderful from now on.
Yeah, every night I'll come home from work and I'll flop down in my lounge chair by the fireplace here, but like this.
Oh, Chester, that's only an orange trait.
I know, but let's pretend. And then you put the footstool under my feet. Well, go on, do it.
But there's no footstool.
Oh, let's pretend.
Oh, Chester.
And then you sit on my lap and tell me what you did all day. Come on, sit on my lap.
Oh, silly. It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but let's pretend.
Well, I don't mind.
Yeah. And then you read the paper to me. Go on, here.
All right. Let's see. Listen to this.
Huh?
Police nab notorious bandits in hotel rooms.
Oh, it's nice here by the fire.
Last night, police arrested Duke Wagley and Spider Giffen, notorious bank robbers wanted in 10 states.
Well, I got no sympathy with crooks. Any guy wants money, let him get an honest job like I did. Gee, I got a sweet boss.
The pair were nabbed in their hideout, room 203, Hotel Smedley.
Hey, that's a coincidence. My boss lives in the same hotel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not only that, but in the very same room. Hey, would you mind very much if we were no better off than we were last night?
Oh, but we are better off.
Let's pretend.
Now be quiet and let me finish reading.
No, don't read anymore. Read something else.
Well, all right. What?
Read the word ahead. Oh, Maggie!
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Riley is telling his children the story of how he and Mrs. Riley spent the first Christmas of their married life years ago.
Well, there I was, kids, with this beautiful apartment, and the man who was going to give me the money to pay the rent was on his way to Sing Sing.
Gee, that was a tough break, Pop.
Well, what did you do, Daddy?
Well, what could I do? I gave up the apartment and called up the store not to deliver our furniture. So there it was, still in the showroom.
And then you went back to live with Grandpa?
Oh, no. After all, I had my pride. I got another apartment. A little less expensive and a little higher up, but it was home. I remember the first time I brought your mother to see me.
Chester, where is this apartment?
Well, only one more flight, Dumpling.
But we walked 8 flights already.
Yeah, but we got the penthouse.
It's so high up. Suppose we have, 9 flights is awful hard on a baby.
Yes, lucky we ain't babies. Oh, here we are. I'll get the key.
Oh, the door's open.
Oh, yeah. Why, it's the hinges. They're a little loose, but the landlord's going to put in a new door. Well, let's go in. I'd carry you across the threshold, but I ain't got the strength after them stairs. Watch out, there's a loose floorboard around here somewhere.
Well, put on the light.
Well, there's no lights yet, but the landlord's going to connect them.
Oh!
Good for you, Peggy. You found the loose floorboard. Did you hurt yourself, darling?
Well, no, it's all right.
Oh, good. Now, let's see what this door's for.
Oh, well, at least there's a big closet.
That's the bedroom.
Oh.
You don't like it, do you?
Well, I guess it'll be all right, but won't it be a little cold here?
Oh, that's no problem. We'll be as warm as toast in here as soon as the landlord puts in a heater.
Well, when's the landlord going to do all this?
Well, I don't know. He went to Florida for the winter.
Chester.
Look at that view we get through the skylight. The whole sky. Look, it's snowing. Oh, this is going to be a real Christmas, Dumpling. It wouldn't be Christmas without snow.
But the snow isn't supposed to fall inside the house. Oh, Chester, let's go back to Papa.
But, Peg, I thought you wanted a home of your... You're right. This is no place for you. We'll go back.
So this is where you are.
Papa!
Oh, you shouldn't have come. We're not ready for company yet, Pop.
Don't pop me, you big baboon. Have you lost your mind?
Watch out for that loose.
You expect my daughter to live in a hovel like this?
Watch out for that
You
loose.
have the nerve to invite the family here for Christmas? Oh, my knees. Oh, don't stand there, you idiot. Say something.
Watch out for that loose floorboard.
Peggy, you're coming home with me.
She's right. Let's go, Peg.
Not you, just Peggy. Come on.
I'm not going, Papa.
Peggy.
No, go with him, Peg. He's right.
I'm staying with my husband.
Your husband is a no-good loafer.
He's right, Peggy. Your husband's a no-good loafer, but I'm a witness. Go with him, Peggy.
No. I'm staying with you, Chester.
All right. Have it your way, but remember, you made your own bed. Now lie in it. Goodbye.
It shows you how smart he is. We haven't even got a bed.
Oh, Chester.
Peggy, maybe you should have gone with him.
Oh, no, I don't mind being here. With you?
Oh, I don't mind either. With you.
I like it here.
I like it, too.
We'll be happy.
Well, sure. Sure we'll be happy. But don't cry, Peggy. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a woman who cries. Snow is deep. Oh, I just got to get a job and a decent place to live. We can't stay where we are. I wouldn't be found dead in a place like that.
What kind of place would you like?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, Flatbush friendly undertaker. Merry Christmas, Riley. And I'd like to wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Well, what's happy about it?
Oh, look on the bright side, as I always do. As I said in a Yuletide poem I once wrote. And I quote, "'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through Odell's house, not a creature was stirring."
Well, never mind the rest, Digger. Gee, things are bad. No money around. Today, the butcher said his customers walk in, look around, and walk out again.
I'm lucky. My customers never walk out. Knock wood.
If I could only get a job and a little place to live. We got our own furniture, but it's still in the showroom at Strauss's department store.
I know the store well. Yesterday, some ruffians stole a sign from there and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was incensed.
What? What did the sign say?
This week, all our boxes will be wrapped as Christmas gifts.
Digger, I'm licked. What's the use of going on?
Oh, never lose hope. As we often say in our profession, there's life in the old boy yet.
Oh, gee, Digger, if you could only think of something.
Eureka! I have it. Your problem is solved.
Digger, you mean, but where? How? What?
Hurry, man. We've no time to lose.
Oh, Digger, you saved my life.
I did? Well, it's Christmas. Come along. We'd better be shoveling off. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Well, Peg, in another few minutes it'll be midnight and Christmas. Are you happy?
Oh, yes, Chester.
Come on, sit down here beside me on the sofa.
On our sofa?
Yeah, on our sofa. Every horsehair belongs to us. Gee, it's like a miracle, thanks to Digger Odell. If he hadn't have got me that swell job...
Just think, an hour ago we were freezing in that awful apartment, and look where we are now. It's like a fairy tale.
Yeah, and good old Digger is my fairy godmother. You know, like in Cinderella. It's just as if he touched my head with his magic wand and turned it into a pumpkin.
Oh, I'm glad glad you're happy, dear.
Well, why shouldn't I be? I made good my promise, didn't I? I said we'd spend this Christmas alone. And here we are.
Yes. Without Papa.
Yeah, that's the best part. Well, it's late. Time for sleepy. Bye.
Oh, I'm so tired. Oh. Well, your night shirt's over there.
Oh, I can't go to sleep now. I'll lose my job.
Oh, yes. I forgot you're the night watchman in this department store.
Yeah. I'll wake you at 8. We gotta be out of this showroom by 9. Merry Christmas, Dumpling.
Merry Christmas, sweetheart.
That's the story, Junior. Your mother and me spent our first Christmas Eve all alone in a department store.
Gosh. Well, you weren't in the window, were you?
Oh, Junior, don't be a goof.
Nah, and we were glad to be there. We thought we were lucky.
You certainly had a tough time.
Well, of course, we only stayed there one night, but the next day we got a little apartment.
Yes, and I hope you kids will learn a lesson from this story.
We did, Daddy.
Well, sure, Pop. It's kind of crazy to want to go away when we've got a swell home.
I guess we owe you an apology.
That goes for me, too, Pop.
Oh, Riley. You sounded just like my father.
I did? Well, then I take it back. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Helen Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker. This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Merry Christmas and good night.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the greeting card department of the Eddards and Eddards Publishing Company has no time for any business so far. At least it hasn't done any so far. But its founder and manager is forging ahead with plans to start producing original verses for the cards. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their jot-em-down store and library hard at work trying to compose verses. They are being hindered a good deal by Grandpap, who's seated at the library table, reading out loud as usual. Listen.
The ordinary flat carving, which is the variety most often undertaken by beginners, is produced by placing a design on the surface of a panel of wood and then cutting around it carefully with a chisel-shaped gouge.
Grandpap, don't read out loud,
Having
please.
a deeply grooved cutting end, almost U-shaped.
Oh, my.
This is called a veneer. Well, I never know they use veners in wood carving before. Don't see how they could get a sharp edge on one of them. Reckon how they do that, Abner?
I don't know and I don't care, Grandpap. Now, just read yourself. Can't you see me and Lum's trying to concentrate here?
Yeah, for goodness sakes, Grandpap, how can we study up any greeting card verses if you keep reading that prittle-prattle out loud all the time?
Well, if I don't read this, I won't never learn wood carving.
Well, what do you want to learn that for? You won't never have no use for such as that.
Don't start arguing with him, Abner. Come on, we'll pick up our papers and go back in the feed room. We can work there.
Yeah, let me get these things here. I don't think that's a good idea. We can concentrate better back there.
When a design is cut out, the background effect is produced by use of a punch or stamp. I wonder if a regular 3-cent stamp would do.
Let us know if anybody comes in the store, Grandpap.
Huh? Oh, yeah, all right, Abner.
Yeah, how about this right here, Lum? This little table right next to the printing press here.
Yeah.
We can just sit on one of them boxes there.
Yeah, Grandpap and his reading are enough to drive a man stark, raving, mad crazy.
Oh, careful, Lum. That nail there where you sitting down. Look out there.
Oh.
There you are.
A leave nail sticking out that way.
I never left it.
Yeah, let's see now. Somebody else has sat on that nail. I see some cloth hanging on it.
Yeah, Cedric, I think the other day tore his britches on that. He's complaining, looking for a needle and thread here. I'll give him that sack needle there. So them toe sacks up
Oh,
there.
I seen that patch he had on there.
Yeah.
Put a piece of toe sack in him.
Yeah, well, that's all I had here for him. Had to patch it up somewhere.
How many greeting cards you got studied up so far?
Well, I've got one all did and part of another.
Granny, is that all?
Well, these things is hard, Lum. Getting them words to rhyme ain't no easy thing to do.
Read me what you got there.
Yeah, let's see, where's it at? I got these papers mixed up. Oh, yeah, here it is. Happy birthday, little sister dear.
Sister dear?
Yeah, this is for a little sister. On her birthday, I think. Happy birthday, little sister dear. Today you are older 1 more year.
Natural.
I hope you enjoy yourself and have good cheer and get lots of other cards like this one here.
Is that it?
Yeah. Is it a good one?
Well, I don't believe we ought to use that, Abner.
Well, what's the matter? Did I say something in there that weren't nice?
No, that ain't it. It's just too common.
Huh?
What we need is some uncommon cards.
Uncommon?
Yeah, see, Abner, my idea was to study up the kind of cards that says what folks actual things.
Actual things?
Yeah, oh, see, everybody else prints cards that they send ordinary.
Yeah.
And we want to send things that you ordinary wouldn't say. For instance, I wrote one here that for a feller to send to somebody, it's give him a necktie for Christmas.
A necktie? Oh, them things is hard to thank folks for.
Yeah, well, now, that brings up a big problem for the feller.
Yeah.
Natural, he don't want to wear the tie out in public because it's such a terrible-looking thing.
Sure.
But he don't want to insult the woman that sent it to him.
No.
So he just sends her this card.
Well, let's hear it. Doggy, I might want to get a couple of them for myself.
Well, these are for fellers that's got neckties like Corny Strubby wears.
Oh, my goodness alive. You better make up something good then to take care of that situation.
Your next necktie come this Christmas morn. It's almost too good to be worn. It's even too good to be married in. So I'm saving it to be buried in.
Oh, well, doggy is good for you, That's a good and wonderful world.
Yeah, see, that gets the feller out of having to wear the tie, but it don't insult whoever give it to him.
No, that's advantage, yeah. But now, wait a minute, old Lum. He'll have to put it on when he's being buried. He can't go back on his word.
Well, that's all right. When that time comes, I don't believe the feller much care what he's wearing.
No, maybe not, no.
He won't be able to hear none of them remarks about his Christmas necktie.
I don't know. That tie Corny Strubby to wake him up. I don't care how dead he is, the one he had on the other day in here. You could hear that thing 4 blocks off.
Well, there's lots of fellers got ties like that.
Yeah.
The most embarrassing part of the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I reckon you're right. What's the other one you got there?
Hey, fellers.
Just a minute, Grandpap. Now, don't come back here and start reading out loud again. We moved back here to get away from you.
I don't want to read you nothing. Just reminding myself of something. Do you fellers have any cards congratulating somebody on graduating?
I don't know. Have we, Lum?
No, but we can make one up. That's what we're in business for.
Why, sure. Did you want to get one for somebody, Grandpa?
Yeah, sure do. I want to get the fanciest one you got.
Well.
I don't care how much it costs, neither. Go as high as 15 cents if you want to. I don't care. Price means nothing to me for an occasion like this.
Yeah, well, graduating from school is an important time in a young feller's life, all right.
Yeah, well, we'll study up a nice fancy one for you, Grandpap.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get back to my reading. Got a little more to do here. Holler when you get the card done.
Yeah, all right, Grandpap.
It ain't a bad order.
No.
15-cent card.
Reckon who is for it, little nephew of Grandpap?
Oh, yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, I believe he's just about ready to graduate from grade school this year.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Congratulations, little feller.
Is that how it starts out?
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm just studying on it.
Oh.
I believe that little feller part's wrong, though.
Yes.
Young'uns graduating from school don't like to think of themselves as being little.
Oh, no, they don't. You see, how about congratulations, big growed-up man?
No, somehow that don't sound poetic, Abner.
Don't. Sounds good to me. Congratulations, big growed-up man. Graduating from grade school is awful grand.
Wait a minute. I think I got a good way to start it out.
On this your day of graduation, I give to you my congratulations.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I believe I like mine better, though.
Now, what else can we get to rhyme with congratulations?
Let's see. Bation, cation, dation, ration. There's a good one. Something about sugar being ration long.
Well, that wouldn't fit in here no way.
Why, sure it would. You are awful sweet, even though sugar is ration.
Well, that's for a Valentine's card or something like that.
Tis, huh?
This is a boy getting out of school. You don't want to be called sweet.
Oh, no, that's right, man. Let's see. Facing, gration, belation.
Wait, I think I got another line.
Huh?
You are entering now a higher station. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dation.
I don't understand that last line there. What does that mean, that da-da-da-da-da-da-da?
It don't mean nothing. That's just the number of words that goes in it.
Oh.
Let's see. Station. I got it. From now on, experience will carry on your education. Hi, Granny's Abner, that's it.
Yeah, that's good. Wait a minute, I'll call Grandpap. Hey, Grandpap, we got your card all rolled.
I might turn out to be a genius at this. I don't know.
Hurry up, Grandpap.
I'm coming. Don't rush me.
Yeah, we got a good one for you here.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, read it to him, love. Read it.
All right. On this your day of graduation, I give you my congratulations. You are entering now a higher station. From now on, experience will carry on your education.
How do you like that, Grandpap?
I don't like it.
Oh?
Ain't fancy enough. I got to have a better one than that. Change that last line there some way. Well, that last line's good, Grandpap. It tells how he's going out into life and get practical learning now.
Sure.
I don't care what it tells. I don't like it.
Oh.
Make it sound like he's a great feller. Make it fancier. I'm going back to my reading. I ain't finished yet. Holler when you get the card done.
Yeah, all right, Grandpap.
You just don't know a good thing when you hear it.
Yeah.
That's his trouble.
Well, what are we going to do? Go back to that in my mind? Congratulations, big growed-up man.
No. All we got to do is change that last line some way. Let's see. You are entering now a higher station, and,
Something sugar ration.
No, I told you that was out.
Oh.
Creation. Oh, I know. The highest there is in all creation. Try that on, Grandpap.
That ought to be fancy enough, huh? Hey, Grandpap, how do you like this for our last line? Don't get up now. Just listen. How's it go along?
You're entering now a higher station. The highest there is in all creation.
You are entering now a higher station. The highest there is in all creation. How do you like that now, Grandpap?
I don't like it.
Huh?
No.
Well, I do know for the land's sake.
Ain't fancy enough. Make it sound like the feller's a big success.
All right, we'll try again. Go on back to your reading.
He's hard to please.
Yeah, stubborn as one human. Let's just give it up, Lon.
No, we ain't going to give up till we get it.
Huh?
Don't forget, this is a 15-cent card he's ordered.
Oh, yeah.
And another thing, I figure we can make good on this one. Well, we ought to be able to sell a lot of these to other folks that's got young relays graduating from school.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Well, let's see. He wants something that makes it sound like a feller's a big success, he says.
Success don't rhyme, though.
No.
Station, inflation, nation. Nation ought to make something out of that.
Yeah, he's a success in the nation. How's that?
No, that don't sound quite right.
Don't, huh?
Nation. Head of the nation. Wait a minute. I got it. This is for sure. Call Grandpap.
Well, what is it?
You'll hear it. Call Grandpap.
All right. Hey, Grandpap, come on back.
I would have thought of this right off the bat. I'll get it wrote down.
Yeah. Hurry up, Grandpap.
I'm coming. Well, how's the card read now?
Yeah, read it to him, Lon.
Yeah, listen to this, Grandpap. On this your day of graduation, I give you my congratulations. You are heading for a higher station. Because you'll be president of the nation.
Well,
that's it right there. That's exactly what I want.
Well, good for us.
Yeah, here's your 15 cents, Lum. Yeah, thank you, Grandpap. Now you can throw the card away.
Throw it away?
Don't you want us to print it up and send it to your nephew? Why, no, of course not. This ain't for my nephew. It's for me. For you. Yeah, I just now graduated myself from a correspondence course in wood carving.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. One of the great ambitions of Amos' life has been to see Andy working at a steady job. Amos has just run across an idea which he thinks will turn the trick. And right now he's in Andy's office telling him about it.
Now, what do you think of it, Andy?
Well, let me get the thing straight.
Well, in other words, a lot of people is missing. People getting lost. People is trying to trace kinfolk.
Yeah, and you think that I ought to open up a missing people's bureau?
Well, maybe you and the Kingfish together, and the customers pays you for finding lost people.
Yeah, but tell me something. How can anybody get lost? The streets has got signs on them. You can always get the name of the town off the railroad station.
Oh, son, I don't think you got the idea. Suppose that a man is in Pittsburgh and his kinfolks is here in Harlem, but they don't know that he's in Pittsburgh.
Well, why don't he write home?
Well, maybe he's broke, or... Well, say a man's in Baltimore.
Well, now, wait a minute. If the man's broke, how'd he get to Baltimore?
Look, Andy, I'm just trying to give you an example. I ain't talking about no real person.
You mean there ain't no man?
No, there ain't.
Well, we sure wasted a lot of time chasing them all over the country.
No, I tell you, Andy, this missing people's business could really be something. I got the whole idea from a magazine that I read. There are some big companies downtown in New York, like the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau. They're doing the same thing and doing a great job of it. And you and the Kingfish could go in partners and make a lot of money on the thing.
Well, of course, we ain't going to be as good as them big companies downtown, because they got disconnections all over the country.
Well, that's where my idea come in. You see, the Mystic Knights of the Sea got branch lodges all over the country, too. And with the help of the brothers and the other lodges, why, you really got some connections there.
Yeah. Yeah, Amos, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm going over to see the Kingfish at the lodge right now.
Well, that don't sound like a bad idea at all, Brother Anderson.
No, we sure ought to be able to make a lot of money with it.
Oh, you're right about that. I'm definitely interested in the proposition.
Yeah, you see, Kingfish, this business is perfectly honest and above board.
Oh, that's all right. I'm still interested.
Yeah, well, what you think of it? We call it the Missing People's Bureau. And don't forget, we can find these people through the lodge members all over the country.
Put it there. We is in business, partner, dear. Let's set up the company right now.
Right.
Now, Andy, you as the vice president is going to have a lot of reporting duties.
Yeah, you're right. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Did you say vice president?
Yeah, that's right. You as the vice president. Oh, it's going to be great.
Now, excuse me for protruding, Kingfish. But has we got a president of our company?
Oh, certainly we got a president. After all, when you got a vice president, you got to have somebody that the vice president can be vice to. You can't.
Well, now, excuse me for protruding again, Kingfish. But who is our president?
The president is, me.
By what great landslide did you arrive in on? Why has you always got to be president, Kingfish?
Oh, listen, Andy, I hate to talk about this to you, but I'll explain it. Pull all your brains together in one lump now.
Yeah, I'm pushing. I got it. Go ahead.
Partner, dear, no man can live forever. Now, if something happened to me as president of our business would continue to prosper because a capable, two-fisted businessman as you, the vice president, would step into my shoes.
Yeah, I guess I would.
But on the other hand, Andy, if you was the president of our company and something happened to you, like getting shot, or falling in the river and drowning, or getting run over by a 5-ton truck, poor, ignorant, no good, incapable me would never be able to step into your shoes.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, so it's up to you, Andy. If you want to be president, we'll make the switch right now.
Oh, no. The job sounds too dangerous to me.
Well, then let's get going. Now, the first thing we want to do is to call up Gwendell over at the newspaper, put an ad in the Harlem paper, letting the people know that we is running a missing persons bureau. Well, fellas, I see the ad in the paper yesterday. Y'all started business, huh?
Yeah, just waiting for customers.
Yeah, just waiting for somebody to lose somebody, Amos.
Yeah, we is all organized already. The Kingfish is president and I is the vice president.
Oh, you only the vice president, huh?
Yeah, well, that's just till the Kingfish get hit by a 5-ton truck.
You see, Amos, I is handling the dangerous part.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean, but I guess it's all right. I think if you fellas work hard at this thing, you can really make a success out of this.
Well, we're going ahead full speed.
Well, good luck to you, and I'll see you tomorrow, fella. So long.
So long, Amos.
So long, Amos. You know, Andy, that's a pretty good idea Amos got for us, this Missing People's Bureau. We ought to do something for Amos.
Yeah, well, if he ever loses anybody, why, we'll find him and give Amos 10% discount.
We really organized good here, Andy. And I even got 3 dozen beautiful handkerchiefs, too. Oh, we is all set here.
Handkerchiefs? What is they for?
Oh, well, when somebody come in here and start talking about their lost relative, it's only natural that they're going to start crying. And we want them to know that in time of their sorrow, we thinks of everything.
Yeah, and you're going to give them a handkerchief?
Yeah, the wholesale price is 25 cents each. That's what we're going to do there. Yeah. A subsidiary thing we got there.
Yeah. You is really thinking of everything, ain't you?
Oh, I tell you, this is going to be great. You know that?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, look here. If this is a customer, let me handle the thing. Now, you just keep quiet. Come in. Come in.
How do you do? Is this the Missing People's Bureau?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, won't you sit down on that box, madam? These chairs that we are sitting in is the only 2 we got. Our furniture is out being stuffed over.
Thank you.
Plead your case, madam.
Well, my name is Mrs. William Selby. I'm interested in locating an aunt of mine that I have not seen in 10 years.
Andy, not yet. Put them handkerchiefs back. Go ahead, Miss Selby.
Well, it so happens that this aunt of mine, her name is Bertha Brand. She took care of me all during my childhood.
She did, huh?
And she nursed me through 2 serious illnesses. She supported me. In fact, she ruined her own life taking care of me.
Must have been a wonderful woman.
Well, anyway, when I got married, she left. And I've been out of touch with her for the past 10 years. But now my husband's doing fine. I'm in a position to give her the care and help that I know she needs very much in her old age.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing you was doing, Miss Selby.
You can see why I want to find this poor old helpless lady.
Is you got any idea where she is at?
Well, no. That's why I've come to you. I've got to find her. I just have a feeling that she's all alone somewhere and needs me.
Do you really think that she's all alone?
Yes, I do.
And,
yeah, Kingfish.
Pass me one of them handkerchiefs, will you, please?
To tell you the truth, Kingfish, I was regusted with you.
Well, now, don't worry about it, Andy. We'll get business.
Listen, we ain't going to get no place if every time a customer says something sad, you're going to bust out crying.
Well, Brother Andy, can I help it if I was the senseless type?
Listen, Kingfish. Listen here, you got to get tough in this business.
Yeah.
I don't blame the woman for walking out after seeing the president break down. Listen, if we're going to get anywhere, you got to keep a lip up a stiff.
I promise you, partner dear, I'll hold my motion.
Yeah, well, it ain't just that we lose a customer, but it's the cash expense that it costs us.
What do you mean?
Well, you done snippled up 2 of our brand new handkerchiefs.
Well, I tell you, Andy.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Well, Brother Crawford and his wife.
How do you do? Come on in here, John.
But, dear, can't we talk this over before we go ahead?
John.
Yes, dear.
Well, what brings you all here?
Yeah, what can we do for you?
My wife.
John. I will take care of this.
Yes,
now, boys. Last night, Amos told me that you were running a Missing People's Bureau, and we want to find my dear brother. We haven't seen him for a long time. He's my own flesh and blood, and I don't know where the poor boy is.
Gee, I hope you find the fellow all right.
Kingfish, pull yourself together, will you?
that your brother is happy wherever he is.
Well, Mrs. Crawford, you has done come to the right place. We'll get your brother. Our slogan is, if they is above the ground, we'll find him.
You see, boys, I have been telling my dear wife here that trying to find her brother is a waste of time and money. He is the Rolling Stone type and always has been.
Well, that's our business, Brother Crawford, to keep these stones from rolling.
On this piece of paper is his full name, complete description, and everything. And I want to bring him back to live with us.
Just a minute, though, dear. Living with us. Now, we don't want to inconvenience your brother. Maybe the boy would rather continue being a bum.
John? You forget that I'm a carver.
Yeah, well, we'll find him.
But, dear, what is the use of putting your brother through all of the trouble of coming back and cutting down my clothes to fit him and everything?
Just a minute, John.
What is the fact?
Well, 4 years ago, he was in Oklahoma. Then we heard he was in Texas. And the last word we heard, he was in Michigan.
Heading south, huh? Yeah.
Personally, dear, I would love to have your brother Louis live with us, but would it be right to have Louis here and his heart in Michigan?
Shut up, John. I want him found.
Yes, dear.
Now, boys, John got a nice Christmas bonus, and he will take care of the finance.
Oh, that will be $10. Yeah, if he can be found, we'll find him.
John, give the boys $10.
Yes, dear, yes.
Amos assures me that you boys are doing everything you can to make a success of this business. And I'm depending on you to find my brother Louis.
Here you are, boys. Here is $10.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take it.
Come, John. And as soon as you're here, be sure to let me know.
Oh, we will. Yeah, so long. Listen, Kingfish, now I know that you is the president, but this company has got two treasures. Give me $5.
The reason I have come back here to your office alone is a matter of very confidential nature.
Yeah, what is it, Brother Crawford? Yeah, what's the matter?
Well, first of all, I want to tell you that my wife is very unhappy. And it's about this brother-in-law of mine.
Well, don't get impatient. We're going to find your brother-in-law.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. My brother-in-law, Louis, is a bum. He will lay around my house, do nothing, wear my clothes, eat like a horse, and almost drive me crazy.
Yeah, that's standard equipment for brother-in-laws. Yeah.
In other words, well, boys, this is the first time that I have ever crossed my wife. And for goodness sakes, don't tell her. But I am willing to pay through the nose.
What do you mean?
I will pay you boys $25 if you do not find my brother-in-law, Louis.
Brother Crawford, you has done made a deal.
Yeah, the vice president seconds the motion. Yes.
My wife says that the search must go on for 30 days. Now, boys, if you can arrange not to find him by then, I will give you $25.
You can count on us, Brother Crawford. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
So long, so long. You know something, Andy?
What's that, Kingfish?
We might make more money not finding people.
The time is a week later. The boys are still in the missing people's business and thus far have been very successful in not finding Mr. Crawford's brother-in-law.
So everything going along all right, huh, Andy?
Oh, yeah, we is really rolling.
You know, Andy, like I told you before, if you get stuck on any of these cases you get, that big company downtown called the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau can help you. They find an awful lot of people.
Yeah, well, we'll never need them, I don't think. Coles, I got a lot of
Well,
things.
hello there, boys. I'm glad you're here, Andy. Glad you're here.
What you so excited about, Kingfish?
Andy, I think we're going to have a little trouble on the Crawford case.
Yeah?
Brother Crawford just told me that his wife is getting jumpy about us not finding a brother, and she's going to call up here and see why we ain't getting no action for her.
Well, I don't know why she's complaining. You was looking for a brother, ain't you?
Oh, sure. We've been looking for him all over, but he ain't there.
Yeah, you see, Amos,
Well, I'll be running along now, fellas. See you later.
Yeah, okay, Amos, okay.
I'll answer the phone. Milton People's Bureau, President speaking.
Kingfish, this is Mrs. John Crawford.
Oh, yes, Miss Crawford.
A whole week has passed, and I've heard nothing from you about my brother Louis.
Oh, we is right after him, though, Miss Crawford. We gonna find him.
Yes, but how long are you going to take? You haven't even put an ad in any of the Harlem papers asking for information about it.
Yeah, well, we was just getting ready to put an ad in the newspaper now.
Well, I want to see that ad.
Yeah, well, you see, ain't no sense in putting it in the Harlem paper, because if he was in Harlem, you would have seen him on the street. We want to put the ad in a big paper.
Well, I want to see it when you do.
Yeah, well, we'll clip it and bring it to you.
All right. Good night.
And Miss Crawford wants action. We gotta put the ad in the paper.
Yeah, but don't forget our deal with her husband. If we puts an ad in the paper, why, Louis is liable to see it and show up, and we'll lose the $25 that Brother Crawford promised us.
Yeah, well, we gotta put an ad in the paper about that loaf-hander. And I know just the paper to put it in.
Which one is that?
The Wall Street Journal.
Louis.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
By the way, did you take those stock sheets over to the cashier?
Yes, I gave them to him.
Oh, fine. Now, Mr. Marshall wants you to take these bonds over to 64 Wall Street. It's a rush.
I'll get them right over there.
Oh, and one more thing. This ad in today's Wall Street Journal. Could this by any chance be you?
What does that say?
Right here.
Say, that do sound like it mean me, don't it?
Yeah.
Louis Carlton. Yeah. That's the same way I spell my name, too.
Might be something important.
Yeah. Anybody knowing the whereabouts of Louis Carlton, please communicate with the Stevens Brown Missing People's Bureau, 135th Street. Please keep this ad confidential. Say, Mr. Burns, after I deliver these bonds, I better run on up there and see what this is all about.
Hey, Kingfish, look, some fella coming in here. Look like a customer.
Yeah, it do look like that, don't it? Look like the type of fella that might be missing somebody. Come in, sir, come in.
Thank you.
What can we do for you, mister?
Well, you had an ad in the Wall Street Journal that you wanted some information about the whereabouts of Louis Carlton.
Oh, yeah, well, that ad don't mean nothing. Here, have a cigar. Just forget about it.
Yeah, just ignore the whole thing. It's just one of them cases where we're looking for somebody, and on top of that, why, we ain't looking for them.
Yeah, well, see you again sometime, buddy.
Well, I happen to be Louis Carlton.
Yeah, well, if you... wait a minute, you can't do that to us.
What do you mean, boys?
You is Louis Carlton?
Yes, that's my name.
Well, wait a minute now. Let's talk this thing over quietly. And you see the picklement we're getting in here?
Yeah. Well, you see, Mr. Carlton, sit on that box over there, will you?
Yeah,
I want to talk to my partner here.
Yeah, but Andy, we got two deals. And one is 10 to do it, and one is 25 not to do it.
I know that, the same as you do.
And to do it looks like it's ahead of the not to do it.
Wait a minute. What is your name again?
Louis Carlton.
Still the same.
Andy, we got to get him out of town.
Sure is.
Miss Carlton, step up to our desk here. Let me explain to you how these mistakes is made.
Yeah, explain to him how we run our business.
That's what I'm going to do. You see, our stenographer makes a lot of mistakes, and I can't figure out why the head stenographer of our Missing People's Bureau is put your name in the ad.
Well, why didn't you ask her?
She ain't here. We don't know where she is. She's missing.
Yeah, you see, she used to work in the back of the office right behind that petition there. We went back there to look for her yesterday, and she was gone.
So, you see, Louis, this whole thing has done been a mistake.
Yeah, and the best thing for you to do is to forget all about it. Tell me, is you ever think about traveling?
Not me. I've already been where I was going.
Yeah, but for a change, you ought to get away from the humdrum resistance of the city life, you know. Get out with the trees and the brooks and the babbling birds and that stuff, you know. Get away from everything.
Yeah, special us.
I tell you, I don't want to go away. I'm happy right where I is.
Yeah, but there must be a lot of places you ain't seen. The Grand Canyon, for instance.
Listen, of all things, I don't want to go peeping down no Grand Canyon. Why, a man could fall into a place like that and get lost.
Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere.
That ain't for me. That ain't for me, brother.
Look, then, why don't you go out to California? Yeah, that's it, California. Beautiful golden California, where the sun meets the moon, and the moon meets the movie stars, and everybody else meets everybody else. It's wonderful out there.
Yeah, we'll take you right down to Depot now.
Yeah, and don't forget drop us a postcard sometime.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't going no place.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Look coming across the street.
Oh, me. The Missing People's Bureau is having trouble right now.
Yeah, that's all your fault, Kingfish. There she comes.
I just happened to be passing here. John is on his way over now. Louis, my brother.
Sister, what is you doing in here?
Oh, you dear boy, I'm so glad to see you. And Andy, Kingfish, you've done a fine job. Oh, Louis, I'm so happy we found you. Where have you been?
I've been living over in Brooklyn. Gee, I'm glad to see you, sister. So you was the one that was looking for me, huh?
Yes, and this is wonderful to have you back. Kingfish, you and Andy have done a good job.
Yeah, I'll say we is.
Louis, to think that after all these years I found you. Oh, look. Here comes John across the street. He'll be surprised to see you, Louis.
Yeah, this is really a surprise party.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Louis, let's you and me hide in the back office behind that petition. Then we can jump out and John all over, and he'll really be surprised.
Wait a minute, though, Miss Crawford. Don't you see we
Come
can't
on, Louis. We'll leave the door open so we can hear what they're saying. Come on, John.
Kingfish.
Yeah, I know. Come in, Brother Crawford. How's everything going at the office with you?
Yeah.
Very good, boys, very good. But what I wanted to check with you was...
Listen, Brother Crawford, nice weather we haven't made it.
I am not interested in the weather. I want to talk to you about that big bum brother-in-law.
Oh, yeah, let's everybody start singing here.
Oh, I play in the Ack Bay,
Just a minute, fellas. I am a very busy man. Now, boys, we have made a secret agreement. And I just want to make sure that you don't double-cross me and find that no good brother-in-law of mine. No. You remember that when I promised you $25 not to find my brother-in-law, you said you would not find him. Now, Kingfish, will you please stop pinching me?
Well, I just trying to get some dirt off your coat there.
Come on. Let's all get out of here, Brother Crawford.
My wife is always talking about her being a Carlton. And just between the three of us, none of the Carltons is anything to brag about.
Oh, me.
John Crawford, what does all this mean?
Why, dear, Louis.
I've heard every word, and I'll straighten this mess out in 1 minute.
Just a second. Now, what is you going to do, Miss Crawford?
Kingfish, you and Andy are running a crooked business, and I'm going to turn you both over to the police. Hand me that telephone.
Come on, Andy. Let's get out of here.
Coming right with you, Kingfish.
And as for you, John Crawford...
just a minute, Kingfish. Andy, wait just a minute.
How many places did you go to, Lightning? I've done gone all over. So was I. Well, I guess I'll call up. I see Mrs. Crawford's brother sleeping in the parlor at Brother Crawford's house. Oh, you did, huh?
Hello?
Is this the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes?
I want to report 2 missing people that has been gone for several days. George Stevens and Andrew Brown. You better make it 3, Miss Amos. Mrs. Crawford can't find her husband either.
sure to join us again next Friday night at this same time for another Amos and Andy show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. Until next Friday, then, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra are singing glee with a smoothie sweet. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston. It's Burns and Allen night again at your house, and yours sincerely has another helpful hint for housewives. Here's a suggestion for a one-plate meal that's quick to get, economical to use, grand to eat. Serve a hot Spamwich. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Put slices of this tender, juicy meat on toast, then slice tomato, Bermuda onion, or sweet pickle. Cover with thin slices of cheese and pop into the oven until the cheese melts, and there's your one-plate meal that really makes a hit. Everybody likes the meaty, taste-tempting flavor of Spam. You like a hot Spamwich because it's so easy to serve and does a grand job of pleasing even the huskiest appetite. Get a can or two of Spam when you shop tomorrow and surprise your family with a hot Spamwich. Then try the other recipes on the label of the Spam can. You'll discover that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Gentlemen, last week, as you all remember, George Burns was taken for a ride by Huey Salas, that notorious gangster. We haven't heard from him since, and we feel the worst has happened. But the show must go on, so tonight we bring you his partner, Gracie Allen, in mourning, wearing a black dress which was especially designed for her by Schiaparelli, and here she is.
Awful. It's simply awful. I just can't stand it.
Yes, it is.
Every time I look at this black dress, I just can't stand it.
Because George is gone?
No, last night I saw a girl wearing a dress just like it.
Well, Gracie, if you think you have troubles, I wonder what that gangster could have done to George.
Well, maybe he threw George in the river, and right now he's starving to death.
If you're in a river, you drown. You don't starve to death.
The Los Angeles River?
Maybe he wasn't killed, though.
Well, if he wasn't killed, where can a guy disappear to for a whole week?
Maybe he's watching a double feature.
Well, I don't know. I did everything I could. I was out with the chief of police every night until I couldn't keep my eyes open.
You were, huh?
Oh, boy, can he dance.
Well, I'm certainly going to miss George. He was a great guy to work for.
Oh, that's right, Artie. He was good to his folks.
He never turned down a friend.
Yep, and even though he yelled once in a while, he was the salt of the earth.
He was kind, considerate, lovable.
And so generous.
Look, why don't we quit lying to each other?
Yeah, wasn't he cheap?
Now, look, I don't think it's nice of you boys to pan George before me.
That's right.
I've known him the longest, and I should pan him first. Yeah, what's he?
You remember the time he found a box of corn plasters?
Yeah, and then he went out and bought a pair of tight shoes.
Gosh, remember how he used to go over to his house and he'd play the Victrola for hours?
Yeah.
He was,
until we ran out of nickels.
Oh, I don't know. He wasn't so cheap at that. For my birthday, he bought me a fur neck piece. It was real fox.
Silver?
No, terrier.
That's Poopsie, all right. Fox Terrier.
Yeah, when I told my friends I was putting on the dog, I wasn't kidding.
see me? Well, can't you say something?
Well, we don't know what to say.
Well, can't you say you're happy I'm back?
I mean, we don't know what to say to the insurance company. We reported you dead.
The insurance company? But I'm not dead.
Yeah, but George, you see, Gracie is the beneficiary, and we're splitting the money 3 ways. And now you show up alive. You're putting us in an awful spot.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. You told the insurance company that I was dead. I didn't tell them.
Well, sure, if you told them, they wouldn't believe it.
A fine reception.
Say, George, tell me, what happened when you put on Gracie's clothes and pretended you were her Aunt Clara to fool that gangster, Huey Salad? Did the get-up work?
Worked too well. Took me for a ride, and he drove me way out to a lonely spot. Then he parked the car.
What happened?
Well, what happened? Who's got that line? That's all.
I just said it.
What happened? Well, Artie.
Try it again, Artie.
All right, George. Let's take
I walked home, and I've got a TL for you later.
Well, George, it doesn't take a week to walk home from a parked car.
It does when it's parked in Albuquerque.
Well, why didn't you try to hitchhike a ride like Claudette Colbert did, and it happened one night?
That's just what I did. I saw a car coming, and I got out in the middle of the road, and I picked up my skirts and showed my legs, and what do you think happened?
Well, with your bow legs, the car probably drove right through.
How do you like that? Couldn't hitchhike a ride, and here I've got a $3,000 car in my garage.
2,000.
2,000?
Yeah, that's all Bud could get out of it.
Bud, as soon as you thought I was gone, you sold my beautiful yellow car?
Well, now, don't feel that way about it, George. Out of respect to you, before I sold it, I had it painted black.
Well, I can see that everybody around here was certainly grieving over me.
You said it, George. I was so unhappy that for 2 nights I forgot to wind your watch.
My watch? Gracie, you've got no right to give my things away.
Oh, how did we know that
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man to add a word of humble appreciation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the gift of your library.
My library? Gracie, you gave him my whole library?
Yes, both books.
Well, I hope you enjoyed them, sound man.
Mr. Burns, I'm counting the hours until I can start reading them. Just think. Tom Swift and his electric flying machine and the Bodsey twins at Spruce Lake.
Yeah. Well, you people may not worry about me, but I don't care. I know someone who loves me. My mother. I can see her right now standing in the window waiting for me. And do you know why she's standing there?
Well, she has to. We sold all the furniture.
Well, imagine dividing all my things, and here I thought I was among friends.
And now, Artie Shaw, who has just received the Song Hits Magazine Award as the Orchestra Leader of the Month, will play My Heart Stood Still. Congratulations, Arthur.
care what plans you've all made to spend the money. Life insurance isn't payable until you're dead, and I'm not dead.
But, George, nobody will know the difference.
Those ridiculous suggestions you make. Supposing they do find my hat in the river. That won't mean anything.
Well, it will if he's got it on.
Well, I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
Look, George, why do you want to live?
I want to see if little Abner gets married, that's why. I don't know what you're complaining about, Artie. With your salary, I could buy myself a new suit every day.
That's what I'm complaining about. You do.
Oh, say, we forgot to tell George the insurance adjuster will be up here any minute now. We've got to think of a plausible story to tell him.
Let me get you people straight.
Senor Burns.
If you think,
Senor Burns,
for 1 minute that I'm going to do
Hey, Poopsie!
Stop. Stop with that Poopsie.
We can tell
I can get mad, you know what?
We can tell the insurance man you died like my uncle from the weasels.
The weasels?
See.
It's measles. How could your uncle die from the weasel?
He was crossing the railroad track, and he didn't hear the weasels.
Well, let's see. Why don't we just tell the insurance man that George got pneumonia by sitting before an open window?
Oh, no, that wouldn't work. George is too old to be in the draft.
Now, look, I made one mistake last week, and oh, boy, Gracie, answer that.
Hello, Sam's Meat Hut, Gracie Allen speaking.
Hello. This is Huey Salas. Tell George Burns as soon as I get out of the county jail, I'm coming over to rub him out.
Oh, so you can't get out of the jail, huh?
No.
Oh, he can't get out?
No.
Well, tell him Aunt Clara sends her love.
Aunt Clara sends her love.
Oh, is Aunt Clara there?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Tell Ducky I'll be right over.
You mean he broke out?
Oh, don't look now, Ducky, but your goose is cooked. Oh.
This is awful. What'll I do?
Well, look, I got an idea. When the insurance adjuster gets here, tell him that you died last week, and he'll declare you legally dead.
And then nobody can kill you, not even Dewey Salas.
Well, how do you like that? I've got to die to save my life. How can I tell the adjuster I'm dead? I'll be standing right here in front of him.
Yeah, but you won't be George Burns. You'll be George Burns' father.
My father?
Yes.
My father?
Yes.
How could I be my own father?
Oh, marry Huey Salas and just adopt yourself.
Oh, quiet. Starman, see who that is. That may be Huey Salas.
In just a moment, Mr. Burns. I'm reading the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. It's only 16,000 pages. It won't take long.
See if that gangster is outside. It won't take long. What's your idea of a short story?
The life of George Burns.
See if that's Huey Salas.
It isn't.
Oh, good. Let him in.
Good evening. My name is Stebbins. I'm from the insurance company, and
George Burns is dead.
Say, wait a minute, mister. You resemble George Burns.
Well, why shouldn't I? I'm George Burns' father.
Yes.
A man of your age, George Burns' father? Well, that's hard to believe.
Well, thanks.
But I guess it's possible. Maybe you got married late in life.
If I were alive, I'd tell this guy something.
I just can't get over Mr. Burns' resemblance to his son, George.
Well, after all, like father, like son. He has my blood.
I knew somebody must have had it.
Well, you see, we're exactly alike. George was a handsome lad. He got his eyes for me. And he got that cute little nose for me. And he got those pretty little ears for me.
And he got his teeth from Dr. Cowan.
He did not.
Poor George. I don't know where he went, but wherever he went, I hope he took a lot of Spam along with him.
Spam? Where George is?
Well, Artie... See, Spam doesn't need any refrigeration.
Well, cold or hot, we got it in the spot.
You see, our company has to be very careful on matters like this, but of course, if you're sure that he died...
Well, we're sure. I remember how surprised we were at the time. Dying was the last thing we thought he'd do.
Well, that's life, I guess. You know what happens when your number is called?
Yeah, you holler screen up. It's a mistake, man. Read
Never
the number
mind.
again.
Forget the whole thing.
Well, I guess everything's all right. You'll have to forgive me for asking those questions. We have to watch out for fraud, you know. Fraud? Yes, like trying to collect insurance under false pretenses.
Well, anyway, now that Mr. Burns is dead, what do we get?
$20,000.
Well, assuming that George is not dead, does anybody get anything?
Yes, he gets 20 years.
Darn it, I get into more trouble than John Barrymore.
Well, there's just one more little thing before we pay out any money. We must be certain that the insured person is not living. Now, the simplest way is to view the body, and I know a corpse when I see one.
Well, this is going far enough. I'm George Burns.
The check will be in the mail in the morning.
I wonder what he means by that.
And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will swing out on I Got Rhythm.
I got rhythm, I got music, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him, you won't find him around my door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more? I got the rhythm. I got the rhythm. Never feel low down. I got the rhythm and I'll strut on down. I got the music. I got the music. I'm on the street with rhythm. It's the sunny side of the street. Days can be sunny with never a sigh. Don't need what money can buy. Birds in the trees sing their day full of song. Why shouldn't we sing along?
I'm chipper all the day,
heavy with my life.
How do I get that way?
Look at what I've got. I got the rhythm. I got the rhythm. I got rhythm. I got music. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him round my door. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got starlight. I got sweet dreams. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got the rhythm, rhythm. Who could ask for anything more?
Look, Bud, when Huey Salas comes in, I'll have to run in and get dressed.
Well, no, not now, George. I'm sorry. I've got a little message here.
I forgot this.
For a grand lunch, just open...
Oh, hello. Gracie, pardon me for interrupting your broadcast, but I just had to drop in to tell you...
Please, girls, I'm talking.
Gracie, I simply had to tell you that I tried the grand suggestion you made last week.
Oh, about Spam biscuit waffles. Wasn't that good?
Oh, girls.
Perfect. You should have seen the way my family went for those waffles and hot slices of fried Spam.
Oh, well, did your waffles turn out all right, nice and fluffy?
Look, do you mind if I have...
Wonderful, Gracie. Waffles made with Bisquick are simply grand. And so easy to make. The easy directions are right on the package. And you know, most of the waffle ingredients, expertly blended, are right in Bisquick. I was delighted.
As I was saying...
Oh, well, that's fine. Did you like the Spam?
Did we like it? Gracie's Spam is all you say it is.
I told you.
My, such tender, juicy, delicious meat. And such a time saver. All ready to eat as soon as you open the Spam can. All I did was pop a few slices into the frying pan for a jiffy. And believe me, Gracie, the meaty flavor of lightly browned, sizzling hot slices of Spam and those golden, delicious Bisquick waffles really made a hit.
Now, look, please, would you mind if I...
Have you tried Spam and waffles for supper, too?
Oh, please, I'm the announcer on the show. Just give me one more chance.
Oh, yes. Oh, pardon us, Bud.
Only a third of a page left. But I'm inspired, so here goes. Now, ladies, just before you close the waffle iron, dice Spam and drop on the batter. Wait till you get a whiff of the aroma of the savory, juicy meat, the rich flavor trickling through the delicious waffles. And it's so easy. So ask for a can or two of Spam, S-P-A-M, a Hormel product, and a package of General Mills Bisquick, B-I-S-Q-U-I-C-K, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Say, where's George?
Huey Salas will be here any minute. George is inside putting on one of your dresses.
Oh, so he'll look like Aunt Clara, huh?
Yeah. How can a smart gangster like that Huey Salas fall for that Aunt Clara stuff? George with that face that needs a shave and those hairy arms and false teeth and a cigar stuck in his mouth. Where can you find a woman that looks like that?
On the Bob Hope Show.
Now, look, we got George into this mess, and it's up to us to get him out of it.
Oh, I've got an idea. Huey Salas wouldn't like Aunt Clara if he knew that she had a baby.
Baby? But she hasn't got a baby.
Yes, she has.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
If I'm a baby, how can I play clarinet?
Oh, put a nipple on the end of it.
Aunt Clara, Huey Salas, why must I get into this triangle?
Well, babies always get into triangles, if you know what I mean.
Okay, but my heart won't be in it.
Oh, look! Here comes Aunt Clara.
Go ahead. Laugh. Go ahead, just laugh. Oh, boy. The things I have to do to make $1 million. What's so funny?
Well, look at you, George. You've got your bustle on in front.
So what?
Oh, when Huey sees it, he'll think you're walking out on him.
You'd be better off if I was taken for a ride than putting on the silly girdle. Gee, I can't breathe.
What girdle?
The red one that was hanging in the closet. Gee, I thought I'd never get into it.
Girdle? That was a hot water bottle.
A hot water bottle?
Yes.
There must be an easier way to get rid of that gangster.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
While in Harvard, I wrote a book on criminology. Chapter 8 of this book deals with the fear psychosis. Procedure is to look the criminal straight in the eye, and the intensity of the stare frightens him.
What happens if I look at him very intensely and he doesn't become frightened?
Then you turn to Chapter 9, the care and treatment of broken noses.
Look, Dr. IQ, if you don't... Oh, boy.
That must be Huey Salas.
Now, don't forget, everybody. From now on, I'm Aunt Clara. Come in.
Hello, babe.
Hello, Huey.
Where's Judge Burns?
Oh, George Burns? He's dead. He died.
Oh, yes, he died. He's dead. Oh, boy, is he dead.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'd give anything if that boy were only alive.
Why, Huey?
Because I'd like to kill him again.
Oh.
What's the matter, babe?
Oh, nothing, Huey. When I see you, my blood begins to boil.
Babe, that's love.
No. Yeah, that's a hot water bottle.
Gracie, please.
Babe, come over here and sit down on Huey's lap.
No.
Come here.
No.
Come here.
I'm coming, Huey.
Look what I got for you, babe. Some jewelry.
For me?
Why, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Well, what is it?
A pair of brass knuckles with a diamond in it.
Brass knuckles with a diamond in it?
It belonged to my mother.
Why, Huey, how did you ever think of getting a thing like that for me?
I wanted something that would knock your eye out.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Huey.
You deserve nice things. Why, you're pretty hoity-toity dame,
Well, he may be hardy, but he'll never see tidy again.
She's just jealous.
Aunt Clara, you mean now you're going to be a gangster's mule?
Senor, it's not mule. You mean Mal.
Mule.
No. Mule is jackass.
You're a peacock?
Hey, you cockroach. You can't talk that way to my dame.
You don't scare me. I can fight anybody with one hand.
Yeah?
Why don't you fight me?
You got one hand? Oh, don't mind him, Huey.
Okay, babe. Well, I never told this to a dame before. Clara, I want you to be my wife.
Your wife?
Well, why don't you answer, babe?
Well, Huey, this is so sudden.
Yes, you probably touched a warm spot in this hot water bottle.
Well, are you going to marry me?
Why, no, Huey, I can't marry you. Not that. I'm young. I'm gay. I love life. I want to live.
Babe, I'm not taking no for an answer.
Huey, there's something that you don't know about Aunt Clara.
What?
Willamette. Oh, isn't it?
Goo-goo, da-da, mama.
What's that?
Well, that's Aunt Clara's baby.
Well, that's something Aunt Clara didn't know either.
Uggle, gobble, gobble.
Clara, is that your baby?
Yes, Huey.
Where's the father?
Well, he got killed playing piggyback with the baby.
How?
He fell off the baby's back.
Uggle, gobble, gobble.
Huey, isn't little Artie cute? You know, you hold him one way and he looks just like my husband.
Yeah, you hold him the other way and he looks just like you.
Yes.
Well, babe, give Uncle Huey a little smack, huh?
Oh, what,
He slapped me.
Oh, well, he didn't mean it, Huey.
I'm not sore. Say, anytime an infant can give Huey Salas a black eye is good enough to be my son. Clara, next week we get married.
Married? Oh.
Gee, George fainted.
Well, will George come too? Will he have to marry Huey Salas? Will he have orange blossoms in his hair? Or lilies on his chest? Will he ever get out of this mess? Will he ever get out of the hot water bottle? Well, come to the wedding. You're all invited.
Friends, I know you will like Spam and Waffles. Just as the young lady told Gracie Allen earlier in the program how much she enjoyed Spam and Waffles, this new breakfast or supper combination is a real taste surprise. And so easy. While the waffles are browning, open a can of Spam, cut off thin slices, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Or dice Spam and drop on the batter just before you close the waffle iron. The juicy, meaty flavor of Spam adds a satisfying goodness to this appetite-appealing meal of Spam and Waffles. Try it tomorrow. Just remember to ask your food dealer for Spam, the meat of many uses. Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.